Chapter 1300. The secret cave fell silent for a while as the four corpse generals, whose strength was comparable to peak origin returning realm masters, fell silent, seemingly not intending to pursue Yang Kai. After all, if he could tear space and escape, even if they were stronger, they would not be able to catch up unless they also possessed a teleportation method similar to tearing space. That sun's true essence is the key to our promotion to Corpse King, but now it has been taken away. What should we do? A corpse general in white frowned, a look of annoyance on his face. Without this sun's true essence, we wouldn't be able to continue cultivating the final stage of the corpse refinement secret art. If we couldn't become corpse kings, how could we become immortal and indestructible existences? The last black-robed corpse general nodded in agreement, a fierce light flashing across his eyes, seemingly unwilling to let Yang Kai leave so easily. No, even if he is proficient in the Tao of space, we can't let him go. I'll go catch him and bring him back. The azure-robed corpse general grit his teeth, stomped his foot, and turned around, as if he really wanted to pursue. Brother Emo, have you forgotten the existence of that group of people from Star Emperor Mountain? Although 2,000 years have passed, if we leave this place at this time, we will definitely be targeted by them. Moreover, that person is proficient in the Tao of space. How could it be so easy to catch up with him? The white-robed corpse general hurriedly tried to stop him. Hearing the three words Star Emperor Mountain, the other three corpse generals couldn't help but narrow their pupils. Not only did they reveal fear, there was even unforgettable hatred. Sure enough, the cyan-robed corpse general also dispelled the thoughts in his heart. The white-robed corpse general chuckled again. Although we lost the sun's true essence, that may not be a bad thing. What? The azure-robed corpse general looked at him in amazement. Several brothers. Do you know why our ancient Yang sect placed a piece of sun's true essence here? The white-robed corpse general smiled mysteriously. Junior brother Kong, do you know? The white-robed corpse general didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced at the original location of the jade platform and slowly said, Originally, I didn't dare to be too sure about this. But now, I'm 80% sure. Senior brothers, you might as well take a look over there and see if you can feel anything. Hearing this, the other three corpse generals glanced at each other, before casting suspicious glances in that direction, releasing their divine senses at the same time. A moment later, the three corpse generals suddenly wore shocked expressions. The azure-robed corpse general's eyes shrank as he exclaimed, What rich yin qi! It seems to be sealed and only a small amount is leaking out. But even so, the corpse qi here is much richer than in the corpse cave. As for the other red-robed and black-robed corpse generals, although they didn't speak, they also showed a pleasantly surprised expression. Obviously the baleful yin qi was extremely important to them. The three corpse generals quickly turned their gazes to the white-robed corpse general, and the blue-robed corpse general asked, Junior brother Kong, you are the only descendant of Master's bloodline. Do you know something? If that's the case, then don't keep us in suspense. Let's talk about it with our brothers. Yes, Junior brother Kong. Although the three of us are older than you, how could we compare to you when it comes to understanding the secrets of the sect? Moreover, when the sect was destroyed, we were only Saint Realm cultivators. If it weren't for Junior brother bringing the three of us to this place to hide, I'm afraid we would have long since perished. The red-robed corpse general, who seemed to be the most unruly of them all, couldn't help softening his gaze towards the white-robed corpse general as he listened attentively. The white-robed corpse general chuckled. What happened in the past is already in the past, so several brothers need not worry about it. The reason I brought you here was because I was ordered by the sect master to preserve some of my ancient Yang sect's heritage. Speaking of this, the expressions of the four corpse generals all dimmed. Although the sect's heritage was barely preserved, the four handsome brothers of the past had now become like this, making them wonder if they had failed to live up to the sect master's expectations. After a moment of silence, the white-robed corpse general sorted out his mood and continued, At that time, my strength was not high, and although the sect master was my father, I wasn't qualified to know too many of the sect's secrets. However, I occasionally heard my father and mother talking about this secret cave, and heard some unknown things. It was said that there was an underworld spring sealed here. Underworld spring. The three corpse generals heard this and all exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the white-robed corpse general nodded solemnly. What an underworld spring is, perhaps we didn't know back then, but now several brothers should know, right? Naturally, the azure-robed corpse general nodded solemnly. This underworld spring is said to lead directly to the legendary underworld. It is a cultivation holy land that existences like us dream of. No wonder there was a corpse cave here. It turns out there is an underworld spring here. The black-robed corpse general also muttered thoughtfully. In order to seal this underworld spring, our ancient Yang sect master found a piece of sun's true essence and used the scorching power of his sun's true fire to suppress this underworld spring. As a result, there was no room for error. In order to store this sun's true essence, several generations of sect masters had to pay a huge price to find the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal and place it here. It can be said that this matter is one of the sect's biggest secrets, and it seems that only the sect master and a few elders are qualified to know about it. After the white-robed corpse general finished speaking, he grinned meaningfully. However, although I heard a few words back then, I didn't know much about it. On top of that, with the sun's true essence suppressing this place, we couldn't even get close, so I didn't tell several brothers about it. I hope these brothers don't take offense. Ha ha ha. The azure-robed corpse general laughed and patted the white-robed corpse general on the shoulder. Junior brother Kong, what are you saying? My 4 brothers have long been a family, how could we blame you? What's more, even if you had told us about it back then, we wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But now it seems that there really is an underworld spring here. And just the qi leaking out is already so thick. If we were to open this seal, wouldn't the benefits we could obtain be endless? With the help of this underworld spring, condensing a corpse king's body would not be impossible. This is far safer than cultivating the final layer of the corpse refining art. Yes, after all, no one has ever cultivated the final layer of the corpse refining art, and we have to rely on such a dangerous thing like the sun's true essence. Originally, I didn't approve of continuing to cultivate it, but now, all the problems have been solved. It seems that we really need to thank the guy who took away the sun's true essence. The red-robed corpse general was silent for a long time before suddenly thoughtfully saying, I was wondering how the sect could have such a thing as the corpse refining art. Also, do you remember that Elder Lu seemed to have several powerful corpse slaves under his command? It seems that he cultivated them with the help of this place. The several corpse generals pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The azure-robed corpse general waved his hand and said, All right, since we know that there is an underworld spring here, we should first find a way to break its seal. Presumably, without the suppression of the sun's true essence, it shouldn't be difficult for us to break it with our current strength. However, before that, it is inadvisable for outsiders to disturb the sect ruins. Otherwise, if someone notices something unusual, it may attract the attention of Star Emperor Mountain. Isn't that simple? Just let them go out and move around. In any case, the masters outside are not unaware of the situation here. As long as they don't leave the sect ruins, it shouldn't cause any big problems. The red-clothed corpse general sneered and turned his head to look behind him. Unknowingly, a large number of corpse soldiers and corpse generals had appeared behind them. They stood there densely, each of them emitting a murderous aura and green eyes. Although they were of different shapes, from the way their eyes moved, it was clear that these corpse soldiers and corpse generals had their own spiritual intelligence. Moreover, their spiritual intelligence was not shallow. Several of the strongest corpse generals immediately issued a series of orders, and these corpse soldiers and corpse generals left the corpse cave in groups of 3 to 5, heading to various parts of the Grand Burial Valley. While these 4 corpse generals were talking, somewhere 1,000 kilometers away, a crack suddenly appeared in space. This crack was crooked and seemed to be very unstable, and in the next moment, a figure rushed out, followed by another. Almost at the same time as the second figure rushed out, The crack in space suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai turned his head back with a look of fear, his face gloomy to the extreme. Although at the last moment, he had managed to escape 1,000 kilometers away with yang inflammation by tearing space, the red-robed corpse general's attack had still affected the stability of the void crack. Just now, he and yang inflammation had almost lost themselves in the void crack. If it weren't for Yang Kai's increasing understanding of the Tao of space over the years, even if he could escape this time, yang inflammation would have died without a doubt. Facing such danger, yang inflammation didn't notice at all, but Yang Kai couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. He secretly decided that the next time he tried to escape using this method, he would first run to a position where the enemy couldn't interfere. Otherwise, it was very likely he would regret it for the rest of his life. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't know whether it was just his imagination or not, but the moment he left the corpse cave, he felt an unusual aura from where the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal was. Shaking his head, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Now that he was able to escape from a peak origin returning realm master, Yang Kai was already very happy. What's more, the harvest he gained this time was also huge. Not having time to examine everything one by one, Yang Kai only had time to pay attention to the situation of the stone mongoose inside the black book space. After confirming that it was fine for the time being, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi and wrapped yang inflammation in it before determining a direction and rushing towards the periphery of Grand Burial Valley. Yang inflammation seemed to have been frightened inside the corpse cave and didn't say a word along the way, simply sticking close to Yang Kai and shivering. She seemed to be naturally timid. Along the way, they didn't encounter any danger. Besides the Yin souls who were disturbed by Yang Kai's Saint Chi, there were no other obstacles. However, with Yang Kai's current impatience to leave, none of these Yin souls were able to catch up. In just half a day, the two of them had flown most of the way. Chapter 1301. When they entered Grand Burial Valley, because they had to search and explore, the two of them hadn't moved very quickly and could only proceed on foot. But now that Yang Kai was using his star shuttle to leave, it naturally wouldn't take him as long. Just as Yang Kai was hurrying out with Yang Yen, he suddenly came to a halt and turned his head to the side, seemingly noticing something, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "What's wrong?" Yang Yen asked in amazement, not knowing why Yang Kai had suddenly stopped. "It's nothing," Yang Kai replied faintly. "I ran into one of those people again, but her state seems to be a bit off." Off in the distance, a figure was hurrying over, and whether it was a coincidence or not, it just happened to be heading in the direction of Yang Kai. Under Yang Kai's careful observation, he discovered that this person was actually the young woman named Lu Ying, who was always with Chen Shitao. However, at this moment, she looked quite flustered and her Saint Chi fluctuations were quite unstable, as if she had just experienced a difficult battle. In addition to her, Chen Shitao of Clear Sky Sect, Chen Fan Lei, and Wang Yuhan of Extreme Path Sect were nowhere to be seen. The other party had obviously encountered some kind of trouble. If it were a stranger, Yang Kai would have immediately fled. After all, he had just provoked those special existences in the corpse cave not long ago. So how could he be in the mood to stay? However, the other party was someone he knew, so even if he hadn't seen her before, it would have been fine. But now that he had seen her leaving, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling uneasy. In any case, it was thanks to Chen Shitao that he knew this place was Grand Burial Valley. After hesitating for a while, Yang Kai grit his teeth and sent his star shuttle to meet Lu Ying. Lu Ying looked around as she flew, seemingly looking for something, but when she suddenly noticed someone approaching, she couldn't help feeling startled and glanced towards Yang Kai. After seeing Yang Kai's face, she was overjoyed, the vigilance and panic on her face disappearing as she hurriedly flew over to meet him. Before she even arrived, she called out in a trembling voice, "Brother Yang! Sister Lu Ying!" Yang Kai rushed over and stopped in front of her, asking suspiciously, "Why are you so flustered? Brother Yang, please go save Senior Sister Chun and the others. They are being targeted by a ninth-order monster beast." A ninth-order monster beast? Yang Kai's face sank. How could there be a monster beast here? And a ninth order one at that. A ninth order monster beast was equivalent to an origin returning realm master. So in a special place like Grand Burial Valley, there was actually a monster beast here. Yang's here, brother Yang, I beg you brother please, I beg you brother brothers, please hurry. Estes, quickly. Sister Luing must be joking. Yang Kai didn't agree immediately, instead frowning and saying, I'm only a second-order Saint King, not even as strong as Sister Chun or Brother Wang. They've both been trapped. If I go, wouldn't I be courting death? Hearing this, Lu Ying's expression froze for a moment before she finally reacted. It was just that just now, she was anxious to find someone, and there were very few people in a place like Grand Burial Valley. So when she finally saw Yang Kai, she naturally hurriedly asked for help. Now that she was reminded by Yang Kai, her beautiful face suddenly paled. She had seen the power of that monster beast with her own eyes. And even with the combined strength of the four of them, they had barely been able to resist it. Even if Yang Kai went with his cultivation, how could he turn the tide? He would most likely be implicated and unable to escape. For a moment, Luing was stunned in place, her mind in chaos. Although Yang Kai did not agree immediately, he still asked, what type of monster beast is it? What is its specific strength? Luing replied subconsciously, it is a lightning attribute monster beast. In terms of strength, it should only be equivalent to a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. But with the help of a thunder pond and spirit array, it is able to display extraordinary strength. Otherwise, Senior Sister Chun and the others would not have been trapped and unable to escape. Even if they were no match for it, escaping should not have been a problem. Thunder pond. Before Yang Kai could answer, Yang Yan's eyes lit up, seemingly very interested. And many people know that there is a thunder pond here. This time, Senior Sister Chen's younger brother, Chun Fan Lei, wanted to use this thunder pond to cultivate a certain secret technique in order to break through his current bottleneck. But he didn't expect such an accident to occur. Luing quickly explained. Yang Kai glanced over at Yang Yan when Yang Yan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. I want the thunder liquid in that thunder pond. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that this time he would have to make a trip. Not to mention that he didn't really intend to stand by and do nothing. Now that Yang Yan was interested in that thunder liquid, it was definitely something very useful. The only reason he had said so just now was because he was being cautious. Thinking so, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and said, Sister Luing, please lead the way. Although this Yang's strength is not high, since Sister Chun is in trouble, I can't just stand by and watch. But I can't promise you anything. I can only say I will do my best. When Luing heard this, her expression changed from worry to joy. Just now, when she heard Yang Kai's tone, she had thought he was unwilling to agree to help. But now, in the blink of an eye, the situation had taken a turn for the better. Overjoyed, she immediately nodded and led the way. However, she didn't seem to have much hope for Yang Kai. Along the way, she was still worried, spreading out her divine sense, from time to check if there was any other more powerful cultivator around. But to her disappointment, she found nothing. Along the way, through some inquiries, Yang Kai learned that their main purpose for coming to Grand Burial Valley this time was to find the Thunder Pond. Originally, everything was going smoothly, but after finding the Thunder Pond, Chun Fan Lei entered it and began to cultivate his secret technique, while the other three stood guard. But a few days later, a Silver Night Thunder Beast suddenly appeared from the bottom of the Thunder Pond. Not only did this Silver Night Thunder Beast cause Chun Fan Lei's cultivation to fail, but this Silver Night Thunder Beast's intelligence was quite high as it activated the barrier around the Thunder Pond, trapping all four of them, clearly intending to kill all four of them who had intruded into the Thunder Pond. Because Luing had a life-saving artifact that was very suitable for escaping, Chen Shitao, together with Wang Yuhan and Chun Fan Lei, forcibly tore open a part of the barrier, allowing Luing to escape. However, because the barrier was placed next to the Thunder Pond, there was a constant supply of thunder force, so the other three didn't have time to escape and were still trapped. It had been a day and a night since Luing escaped to find reinforcements, so no one knew what the situation was like. It's been so long, isn't it a bit too late? Yang Kai sighed slightly. That won't happen. Lu Ying waved her hand. Senior Sister Chun has a powerful defensive artifact, so even if she can't defeat it, she should be able to hold on for some time. Oh, Yang Kai raised his brow. Lu Ying took the initiative to explain. Speaking of which, I must also thank Brother Yang. Last time, in the Luyan Sand field, we collected a lot of Saint crystals. After returning, we handed them over to the sect, and the elders granted us some rare artifacts. Senior Sister Chun received a 9-palace heavenly silk parasol, which is an origin-grade high-rank artifact. Senior Sister Chun has already refined it into her body, so she can use it freely. The artifact I used to escape was also granted to me by the elders, otherwise with my strength, how could I have escaped? So that's how it is. Hearing this, Yang Kai also relaxed slightly. Since Chun Shi Tao had an origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact to protect her, there shouldn't be any major problems, otherwise by the time he arrived, he would only be able to collect her corpses, which would be quite tragic. The location of the Thunder Pond wasn't close to the original position of the trio, so it took them half a day to reach their destination. Along the way, Yang Kai also paid close attention to his surroundings, fearing that some corpse soldiers or corpse generals would suddenly appear and surround him. After all, he wasn't sure if the special existences in the corpse cave would chase after him. Agreeing to rescue Chen Shitao had actually come with a certain risk. When they were still 10 kilometers away from the Thunder Pond, Lu Ying pointed and called out in surprise. It's over there. It looks like Senior Sister Chun, and the others are really safe. There was no need for her to remind him, as Yang Kai had already noticed the anomaly in that direction. Up in the sky, there was a large blue cloud with lightning bolts flashing about. From time to time, 1 or 2 bolts of lightning would fall from the sky, creating an astonishing momentum. Below this blue cloud was an energy shield that covered the ground. Although it was impossible to see the exact situation inside, judging from the sounds of battle, Yang Kai could tell that Chen Shitao and the others weren't dead, but their auras were somewhat weak. It seemed they had persisted for so long, and were about to reach their limit. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to say, "Let's go." His figure flickered, and he crossed 1,000 feet in a straight line. Lu Ying also followed closely behind. At the same time, she opened her mouth and let out a melodious voice like that of a bird. This voice was full of ups and downs, and sounded like the chirping of a bird, but it contained some information that outsiders could not detect. At the same time, Chen Shitao, who was struggling to hold on next to the Thunder Pond, smiled happily and called out, "It's Junior Sister Lu Ying. She's found help. We're saved." Hearing this, both Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei's spirits rose, and they hurriedly pushed their defensive artifacts to resist the incoming lightning bolts. Fortunately, the 3 of them were working together to only defend and not counterattack. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. "Senior Sister Chun." A moment later, Lu Ying's tender voice called out from outside. Chen Shitao heard this and quickly turned her head towards the source of the voice, asking happily, "Junior Sister Lu Ying, did you find help?" "And I didn't disappoint Senior Sister's expectations. I brought Brother Yang here." Lu Ying nodded quickly. "Brother Yang?" Chen Shitao was stunned when she heard this, and turned to look behind Lu Ying, only to see Yang Kai standing in place with a dignified expression, staring at the situation without saying a word. "Little Brother Yang." Chen Shitao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had never expected that the helper Lu Ying had found would actually be Yang Kai. Although she believed that he was a person of great destiny, luck had nothing to do with the current situation. If they just relied on luck, they would likely die. Chapter 1302. After learning that the helper Lu Ying had found was actually Yang Kai, Chen Shitao's mood suddenly became complicated, and a bitter smile appeared on her lips. Although she intended to make friends with Yang Kai and build a good relationship with him, so that she could invite him to travel with her in the future. If she couldn't even get past this hurdle, what future was there to talk about? Yang Kai was only a second-order Saint King, So how could he have broken the barrier here and rescued the three of them? However, in the end, he had come to help. So even though Chen Shirtao was a little disappointed, she didn't say anything. Just as she was about to say some words of gratitude, Wang Yuhan of Extreme Path Sect shouted angrily, "What's the point of bringing him here? The three of us worked so hard to help you escape, yet you only brought this one person here? Are you looking forward to us dying early?" Although he wasn't swearing, his words were still quite heavy. Lu Ying's little face suddenly went pale as she stared at Wang Yuhan, her face filled with guilt and uneasiness. Chen Shirtao's pretty face, on the other hand, sank. "Brother Wang, aren't you going a bit too far? Don't you know what kind of place this is? Normally, no one comes to Grand Burial Valley. Junior sister Lu Ying being able to find little brother Yang is already a stroke of luck. What else do you want?" She bluntly scolded Wang Yuhan, causing the latter's expression to darken slightly. Although he didn't refute, anyone could see his disdain. Yang Kai, who was standing outside, finally shifted his gaze from where he was originally observing and glanced over at Wang Yuhan faintly, but he didn't say anything. The other party's words were obviously belittling him, and although Yang Kai wasn't happy to hear them, he didn't bother to argue with him. What Yang Kai cared about was the barrier and the Silver Night Thunder Beast inside. There was no need to mention the barrier here. Since there was a special thunder pond here, it was obviously a restricted area of the ancient Yang sect. It should have been created specifically for those who cultivated thunder attribute secret arts or martial skills. However, the Silver Night Thunder Beast had somehow managed to open the barrier here and trap Chen Shirtao and the others inside. The Silver Night Thunder Beast was originally a monster beast with the thunder attribute, and with the assistance of the thunder pool and the fact that it was fighting within the restrictions, its strength was indeed as Lu Ying had said. The Silver Night Thunder Beast's appearance was a bit strange. It had the head of a cow, the body of a deer, and the tail of a leopard, lightning and a thick layer of scales. These scales were about the size of a human's palm, and at first glance were incredibly tough attacks. On its forehead, there were two curved horns that were also surging with lightning. With a shake of its huge head, it attracted the blue clouds in the sky and the power of the heavenly lightning above to smash onto its horns. Immediately after, it shot out from its horns and attacked the opposite side. The horns seemed to have some kind of magical power that could increase the power of the heavenly lightning. From time to time, the Silver Night Thunder Beast would open its mouth and spit out a ball of lightning. These balls of lightning smashed into Chen Shirtao and the others, and after they exploded, they would fill the sky with lightning arcs that slithered about like tiny snakes. Their destructive power was astonishing and impossible to defend against. Chen Shirtao's group of three was currently hiding behind a large 10-meter umbrella. This umbrella exuded a strong energy fluctuation, and its surface was covered in flowing runes. This should be the origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact Lu Ying had mentioned before, the Nine Palace Heavenly Silk Umbrella. As soon as the thunder attribute attacks came into contact with it, they would be blocked by the mysterious power of this Nine Palace Heavenly Silk Umbrella, greatly reducing their power. Yang Kai observed for a moment, and immediately realized that if it weren't for this defensive artifact, Chen Shirtao's group of three would have died countless times already. Although with this excellent defensive artifact, Chen Shirtao was able to withstand most of the Silver Night Thunder Beast's attacks, she was still forced into a difficult situation. On the other hand, in front of Wang Yuhan, there was a colorful screen. This screen was also a defensive artifact, so the attacks that Chen Shirtao failed to block were all blocked by this screen, and the lightning arcs were quickly absorbed by it and disappeared to some unknown place. The last one, Chun Fan Lei, however, was like a Silver Night Thunder Beast as arcs of lightning danced around his body. He didn't make any defensive movements, and instead simply swallowed the scattered thunder attribute energy into his stomach. Of the three, he appeared to be the most relaxed. It was as if the scattered lightning arcs not only couldn't hurt him, they actually enhanced his strength. Yang Kai couldn't help but pay more attention to this young man. In his heart, he judged that this young man either had a special physique or cultivated some kind of extraordinary secret art. His spirit was also the same as before, his eyes shining brightly, as if he was full of vitality. The three of them were defending against the Silver Night Thunder Beast's onslaught, so they weren't in any immediate danger. But if they continued like this, once Chen Shitao and Wang Yuhan's Saint Qi ran out, it would only be a matter of time before the three of them were defeated and killed. Even if Chen Fanlei had a special physique and secret art, he wouldn't be able to survive. Little brother Yang. Chen Shitao took the opportunity to call out. If you have any methods, use them quickly. We won't be able to hold on much longer. Seeing Yang Kai standing in place without moving, neither helping nor immediately leaving, she naturally became anxious. Yang Kai said lightly, "Wait a moment." Chen Shitao's expression became bitter, but she no longer urged him. On the other hand, Wang Yuhan glared at Yang Kai coldly, seemingly thinking that if Yang Kai didn't want to help, he should just scram. Lu Ying also became anxious and joined the battle, but she was blocked outside the barrier, and could only attack it to see if there was a chance she could break it. Besides Yang Kai, no one noticed that Yang Yan had secretly taken action. Breaking this barrier was something Yang Kai naturally left to Yang Yan, so he didn't act rashly. This barrier was obviously extraordinary at first glance, and with the Thunder Pond acting as its energy source, it couldn't be broken in a short time by brute force. So why should Yang Kai waste his energy? After a while, Yang Yan suddenly whispered, "You can start now. It will take me some time to break this barrier. I'm afraid it won't be as fast as you directly attacking it, but I've already transferred its energy source, so you just need to attack." Good. Yang Kai nodded and summoned the 100 Mountains picture again, but this time was different from when he rescued Chen Shitao and the others. As soon as the 100 Mountains picture appeared, 20 phantom mountains flew out, each one larger than the last, and under Yang Kai's urging, they smashed towards the barrier mercilessly. I was wondering what kind of skill he had, but it turns out he's just relying on brute force. Sister Chen, we can't pin our hopes on this little brat. It's more important we find a way out ourselves. Seeing Yang Kai use the same method as last time, Wang Yuhan couldn't help ridiculing. Can't he see that with this Thunder Pond as support, this barrier can't be broken by brute force? Chen Shitao frowned. She also felt that Yang Kai's actions were a bit reckless, but Wang Yuhan's words still made her feel uncomfortable. So her pretty face became cold, and she didn't answer. As he spoke, the illusory mountain peaks smashed into the barrier with great momentum, causing it to tremble. At the same time, the power of thunder and lightning in the lightning pool surged out in an attempt to replenish the energy of the barrier. Chen Shitao and Wang Yuhan had seen this situation countless times, and it was precisely because they understood this point that they didn't waste any energy attacking the barrier. Because of the power of thunder, this barrier was almost impossible for them to break. However, what caused them to be extremely shocked was that the power of lightning that surged out from the lightning pool only circulated on the barrier for a moment before it was transferred outside for some unknown reason. As for the barrier itself, it did not receive any replenishment. As far as the eye could see, at the periphery of the restriction, there was something that looked like a piece of dead wood standing there. All the lightning energy that had been transferred away had surged into this piece of dead wood, and then disappeared into the ground. This both surprised and delighted them, not knowing how a trivial piece of dead wood could play such a magical role. Yang Kai also didn't know why, but he had full confidence in Yang Inflammation. Seeing that this method of transferring power was really effective, he spared no effort in urging the power of the 100 Mountains picture to continue smashing the barrier. He didn't want to stay here any longer, so he didn't hold back. The power of the 100 Mountains picture was several times more terrifying than the last time, causing Chen Shitao to be secretly shocked. Only now did she realize that Yang Kai had been concealing part of his strength last time. While Yang Kai was smashing the barrier, the Silver Night Thunder Beast inside obviously wouldn't just sit idly by. After noticing something was wrong, it let out a roar that sounded like the roar of a cow and the roar of a tiger. Immediately, the blue clouds in the sky moved and a bolt of lightning thicker than a human leg shot out, striking the two horns of the Silver Night Thunder Beast. The two horns flashed brilliantly as a bolt of lightning more powerful than the previous one shot towards Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang, be careful." Chen Shirtao shouted a warning. She was well aware of the power of this attack. If she didn't have the 9 Palace Heavenly Silk Umbrella, she wouldn't have dared to take it head-on. Yang Kai was only a second-order Saint King, so if he was hit, he would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. What surprised her though was that although Yang Kai heard her warning, he stood in place and didn't move. Instead, a purple shield appeared in front of him, and a burst of wind and earth power suddenly surged from this shield, forming a large sandstorm that blocked in front of Yang Kai. With a cracking sound, the lightning entered the sandstorm, but was blocked by the sandstorm. It only took a moment for it to disappear without a trace. An origin-grade high-rank defensive artifact. Wang Yuhan muttered as he stared at the shield with some envy. He was a disciple of Extreme Path sect, and had a third-order Saint King cultivation, but so far, he had not been able to obtain an origin-grade mid-rank artifact. Chen Shirtao being able to obtain one was a reward from an elder of the sect, so where did this surnamed Yang obtain such a high-grade artifact? Moreover, looking at the defensive power of this artifact, it seemed to be no worse than the 9 Palace Heavenly Silk Umbrella. Comparing it to the artifacts he owned, Wang Yuhan suddenly felt that he was quite poor and couldn't help feeling a little resentful. Chapter 1303. Just as Wang Yuhan was eyeing Yang Kai's artifacts enviously, the Silver Night Thunder Beast let out a low roar, as if the failure of its attack just now had completely enraged it. It only used half of its energy to deal with Chen Shirtao, and the others while focusing the other half on Yang Kai, the 2 horns on its head flashing with lightning as it opened its mouth wide, releasing a thunderous roar. This made Chen Shirtao and the others overjoyed, because the pressure on their side had suddenly been greatly reduced. Half of the attacks that had been suppressing them were now being diverted by Yang Kai. The 3 of them glanced at each other, but did not waste Yang Kai's efforts. Chen Shirtao continued to use her 9 Palace Heavenly Silk Parasol to defend while Wang Yuhan and Chen Fan Lei summoned their own offensive artifacts and pushed them towards the barrier trapping them. For a time, the area around the Thunder Pond became very lively, as all kinds of Saint Qis burst forth, and the power of many artifacts was displayed. Wang Yuhan and Chen Fan Lei both had some status in Extreme Path sect, so the grade of the artifacts they possessed was naturally not low. Although they did not have an origin-grade high-rank artifact, they were qualified to wear 1 or 2 origin-grade low-rank artifacts. Using all of their strength, the barrier around them began to falter in a short time. Seeing this scene, the 2 of them knew that success or failure would depend on this, so they didn't dare to hold back and used all of their strength. Lu Ying also seemed to be encouraged and pushed her strength to the limit. Outside the barrier, Yang Kai had the protection of his purple shield, so he naturally wasn't afraid of the Silver Night Thunder Beast's long-range attacks. After seeing that he had attracted most of the monster beast's attention, he pushed the power of the 100 Mountains picture to the limit, pouring his Saint Qi into the illusory mountain peaks one after another. This group of people worked together from the inside and outside. In less than 10 breaths of time, the thunder attribute barrier that Chen Shirtao and the others had been helpless against actually dimmed, and began to crack like a spider web, as if it would collapse at any moment. When Wang Yuhan saw this, he knew that this was a good opportunity to show off. So with a wave of his hand, he summoned a blue sword into his grasp, and held it up in front of him. Then he bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood towards the cyan sword. The blade of the cyan sword trembled, as if it had been given life by Wang Yuhan. It was as if she wanted to break free from his restraints and fly away. As for Wang Yuhan himself, after spitting out a mouthful of blood mist, an abnormal blush flashed across her face. Clearly, he would have to pay a price for the move he was about to use. As his sword buzzed, Wang Yuhan's aura soared madly. Shortly after, he shook his sword and a ray of sword light shot out from the sword toward the restriction. As the sword wave whistled through the air, Wang Yuhan himself was also wrapped in it, giving off a faint feeling of being one with his sword. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the barrier, and as soon as he came into contact with it, countless tiny arcs of lightning appeared on the barrier and shot towards the sword wave. A cold snort rang out, accompanied by a violent buzzing sound from the sword. Lightning and sword light collided, and for a moment, they were in a stalemate. Two completely different types of energy collided and melted with each other, and the sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out in the void. This stalemate only lasted for a moment before Wang Yuhan suddenly roared, "Break for me!" As soon as his voice fell, the sword wave suddenly shot out and tore a large hole in the barrier. Lightning flashed a few times, and with a crisp crack, the barrier around the Thunder Pond was finally broken. Less than 20 breaths of time had passed since Yang Kai attacked. On one hand, it was because Yang Kai didn't want to waste time and had gone all out, but on the other hand, it was also because Chen Shitao and the others were not ordinary Saint King realm cultivators. They were all elites of their respective sects, so whether it was in terms of Saint Qi density, they far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators in the same realm. Moreover, this barrier was only opened by the Silver Night Thunder Beast. Although they didn't know why it knew how to open it, it obviously didn't understand how to transform it, and hadn't been able to display its full power. Otherwise, even if everyone worked together, it would have taken them a great deal of effort to truly break this barrier. The moment the barrier was broken, Chen Shitao and her brother rushed out, no longer willing to remain in place. They were obviously still feeling some lingering fear. Wang Yuhan, on the other hand, laughed heartily as he descended from the sky with a smug look on his face. The cyan sword in his hand flickered before returning to his body, and immediately assuming an enigmatic look, as if he was waiting for others to praise him. Chen Fanlei looked at him with a look of worship and said sincerely, "Big brother is truly amazing." His junior brother being so cooperative naturally made Wang Yuhan even happier. Although he spoke a few words of modesty, his eyes were constantly glancing towards Yang Kai with a hint of provocation. "Isn't it too early to be happy?" Chen Shitao splashed cold water on Wang Yuhan's head, as she stared solemnly towards the enraged Silver Night Thunder Beast floating midair. It seemed that because the barrier had been destroyed, the Silver Night Thunder Beast's demonic qi soared to the sky at this moment, and the cyan clouds in the sky faintly exuded a terrifying pressure that resonated with its demonic qi, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Wang Yuhan's face twitched as he said casually, "Junior sister Chen, rest assured. Everyone was caught off guard before, and was trapped by this thing's barrier, unable to display its full strength. Now that we've escaped, we naturally won't give it any more chances. Junior brother, come with me and try out its skills." "Good." Chen Fanlei's face was filled with eagerness as he nodded heavily without hesitation. Before Chen Shitao could say anything else, the two brothers from Extreme Path sect rushed up. Yang Kai frowned, but didn't bother to stop them. He had come here this time because Luing had asked him for help, and because he needed the thunder liquid from the Thunder Pond to treat his yang inflammation. As for whether these people lived or died, it was not up to him to decide. However, Yang Kai didn't know if this Wang Yuhan had lost his mind. Facing an origin-returning realm monster beast, he actually dared to underestimate it. Looking at him, Yang Kai guessed he was the kind of cultivator who spent most of his time in the sect cultivating and rarely fought with others. This kind of person generally had good cultivation, but when it came to a real fight, they lacked the ability to kill or preserve their life. Moreover, they didn't know how to adapt to the situation and were easily confused by appearances. Yang Kai thought that he and Chen Fanlei would definitely suffer a big loss. However, to Yang Kai's surprise, after Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei met the Silver Night Thunder Beast head-on, they actually fought in a disciplined manner, completely unlike what Yang Kai had imagined. They were both cultivators who had no combat experience. Wang Yuhan's combat experience was excellent, and his ability to adapt to the situation was also quite outstanding. Although he and Chen Fanlei couldn't do anything to the Silver Night Thunder Beast, their movements were extremely flexible, and whether it was the use of their artifacts or the use of their martial skills, they were all perfectly executed. The Silver Night Thunder Beast couldn't do anything to the two of them. Yang Kai's expression changed as he understood that since these two dared to go up, they had a certain level of confidence. As for Chen Shitao, after watching the situation worriedly for a while, She also relaxed and a strange light flashed across her pair of beautiful eyes, obviously thinking of killing this beast and snatching its core. The monster core of a ninth-order monster beast, and one that belonged to a Silver Knight Thunder beast at that, was extremely valuable. Whether it was used for alchemy or artifact refining, there were many people who needed it. What's more, the other materials used to refine this monster beast were also obviously valuable. It seemed that because they had been trapped by the spirit array before, Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei had become quite angry. So now that they were free, they began fighting fiercely against this Silver Knight Thunder beast. The brother and Chen Fanlei's teamwork was flawless, one attacking while the other defending, practically toying with the Silver Knight Thunder beast in the palm of their hands. Without the protection of this spirit array, the Silver Knight Thunder beast actually fell into a slight disadvantage in this battle. If it weren't for the palm-sized scales covering its body, it would likely have been seriously injured. This caused Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei to be pleasantly surprised, causing them to become even more ruthless. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to the thoughts of these four, and instead signaled to Yang Yin. Yang Yin saw this and nodded lightly before quickly flying over to the Thunder Pond, taking out a special container, pouring his Saint Chi into it, and beginning to collect the thunder liquid from the Thunder Pond. This Thunder Pond didn't cover a large area, only about 300 meters in diameter, but it seemed to be bottomless. The liquid flowing in this Thunder Pond was also not ordinary liquid, but rather one that contained a large amount of thunder attribute energy. This kind of Thunder Pond could be artificially created, as long as something that could attract heavenly thunder was placed here, and some barriers were set up to preserve the power of this Thunder Pond. After a few dozen years, or even 100 years, a prototype of this Thunder Pond could be formed. If some thunder attribute herbs were added during this period, the formation of this Thunder Pond could be accelerated. There were also Thunder Ponds that were naturally formed. These kinds of Thunder Ponds were extremely rare, but they were of great benefit to a cultivator who cultivated a thunder attribute secret art or martial skill. This Thunder Pond in Grand Burial Valley originally belonged to the ancient Yang sect. So many cultivator knew of its existence. Otherwise, Chen Shitao and the others would not have come here. However, none of them had expected that at the bottom of this Thunder Pond, there would actually be a Silver Knight Thunder beast living there. What's more, it had suddenly appeared while Chen Fanlei was cultivating his secret technique. If it weren't for the Silver Knight Thunder beast, having only recently broken through to Ninth Order, they would have been in big trouble this time. Even so, being able to escape now was all thanks to Yang Kai's timely arrival. Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei were entangled with the Silver Knight Thunder beast, allowing Yang Yin to take the opportunity to collect the thunder liquid. Yang Kai was quite happy with this arrangement. As for whether or not the four of them would stay here to fight the Thunder Beast after collecting the thunder liquid, that was none of Yang Kai's concern. Right now, he just wanted to get as far away from this dangerous place as possible. The fierce battle above seemed to be getting fiercer and fiercer. During the battle, the Silver Knight Thunder Beast let out a roar and spat out a ball of lightning from its mouth again, exploding around Chen Fanlei and Wang Yuhan. Although these balls of lightning failed to hurt them, they still forced them to defend themselves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Silver Knight Thunder Beast suddenly stopped moving in midair. It raised its huge head and let out a continuous roar. The roar was mixed with unparalleled anger. Chapter 1304. Along with the lightning beast's low roar, the blue clouds in the sky seemed to be attracted by something, wriggling and rolling. Soon after, under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, the blue clouds actually transformed into the shape of an inverted funnel, madly pouring into the Silver Knight Lightning Beast. After just 3 breaths of time, the blue cloud that had been shrouding the sky disappeared, all of it absorbed into the Silver Knight Thunder Beast's body. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and his hair stood on end. Although the Silver Knight Thunder Beast did not seem to have changed in the slightest, he faintly felt a dangerous aura emanating from it. At that moment, Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei, who had originally seen the Silver Knight Thunder Beast remain motionless, and had wanted to rush over to kill it, also rushed over to this monster beast. But before the two of them could use any kind of killing move, the Silver Night Thunder Beast suddenly glared at them with its huge eyes, a hint of disdain and ridicule flashing across its eyes. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from the Silver Night Thunder Beast. As if because it had just absorbed the blue cloud, its strength had soared greatly. It wasn't until this moment that Wang Yuhan finally felt something was wrong and shouted, "Not good!" His figure flickered, and a series of palm-sized prismatic energy shields suddenly shot out from his body, forming a dense array around him. Chen Fanlei also realized the situation had taken a turn for the worse, and a flash of lightning appeared around his body, as if he was wearing an armor of lightning, giving him a fierce appearance. However, the Silver Night Thunder Beast turned a blind eye to this, and its figure flickered, transforming into a bolt of lightning and disappearing from where it stood. The next moment, Wang Yuhan's grunt and Chen Fanlei's roar rang out at the same time, as the two of them were knocked down from the sky by a great force. The countless prismatic energy shields around Wang Yuhan's body burst into dust, and Chen Fanlei's thunder battle armor instantly dimmed. It was clear that both of their faces had suddenly turned pale, and they both coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time, clearly suffering heavy injuries. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, causing Chen Shi and Peach Girl, who had been watching from below, to go pale. Both of them cried out in alarm. All of their intentions to take action were instantly extinguished, and all of them rushed out to meet one of the two thunder beasts, preparing to examine their injuries. A beast's shadow flashed in the air. The Silver Night Thunder Beast that had disappeared earlier appeared once again. This time, it glanced coldly at young Inflammation, who was standing beside the lightning pool and collecting the lightning liquid. A trace of anger flashed in the beast's eyes. Its body swayed and disappeared again. Its strength. Sure enough, after absorbing the azure cloud in the sky, his strength increased tremendously. Yang Yin stood in place without moving, but he instinctively felt a trace of danger. The surface of his body flashed red, and a layer of protection instantly formed. Almost at the same time this layer of protection appeared, it collapsed. In the void, the shadow of a Silver Night Thunder Beast was faintly discernible. It was so fast that Yang Yin could barely see it. Her face paled slightly, but she quickly calmed down. Just as the Silver Night Thunder Beast was about to kill her, Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of Yang Inflammation, reaching out with a fist wrapped in demonic flame and punching the void. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's figure was sent flying backwards, grabbing Yang Inflammation, who was standing in place. The Silver Night Thunder Beast that had disappeared reappeared with a roar. It seemed to be unable to stand still, its huge body staggering backwards as its four powerful claws left visible marks in the air. As soon as it steadied itself, it let out a roar, and a huge ball of lightning instantly formed in its mouth. Shaking its head slightly, the ball of lightning shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as a golden thread shot out from his fingertips. In an instant, it turned into a golden net that covered the sky, enveloping the ball of lightning and cutting it wantonly. Before the ball of lightning could reach him, it exploded under the influence of an external force. Countless tiny lightning snakes gushed out from it and dissipated into the world. The golden thread passed through the surging territory of the lightning snakes and directly attacked the Silver Night Thunder Beast, stabbing towards its body like a sharp sword. With a soft sound, the surface of the Silver Night Thunder Beast's body blossomed with dazzling sparks. The incomparably sharp golden threads were actually unable to directly pierce through the Silver Night Thunder Beast's body. Instead, they were stopped by the scales on the surface of the beast's body. They were only able to penetrate less than 3 inches before completely losing their momentum. Yang Kai seemed to have expected this and stared coldly at the Silver Night Thunder Beast, a budding lotus flower appearing in his eyes. This Silver Night Thunder Beast was quite extraordinary, and its cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's. If Yang Kai wanted to end this battle quickly, he could only use his trump card. When the Silver Night Thunder Beast saw this lotus flower, it instinctively felt a sense of danger, and a look of panic appeared in its eyes. It didn't dare to look at Yang Kai again, and its figure flickered as it rushed into the thunder pond and disappeared. The thunder pond rippled and calmed down once more. It actually fled without fighting, which surprised Yang Kai greatly. However, Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was not willing to fight the Silver Night Thunder Beast at this time. Since the other party had retreated, this was undoubtedly the result he wanted. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would not have let this Ninth Order Thunder Beast leave. On the other side, Chen Shi and Tao Nu had just helped the injured Wang Yuhan and Chen Fan lay up from the ground when they glanced over and saw the Silver Night Thunder Beast fleeing in embarrassment. This scene stunned them, none of them understanding what Yang Kai had done to actually frighten away such a monster beast. Exchanging a glance, all of them were a little surprised. At that moment, Yang Inflammation suddenly handed something to Yang Kai and whispered a few words into his ear. Hearing this, Yang Kai glanced over at the pale Wang Yuhan thoughtfully, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as a faint smile appeared on his face. Wang Yuhan was inexplicably stared at by Yang Kai, but he didn't show the slightest timidity and instead stared back at Yang Kai with a gloomy face. "Little brother Yang." Chen Shirtao slowly walked over and stared at the thunder pond in surprise, asking, "Was the Silver Night Thunder Beast injured?" "I don't know, but it retreated on its own accord." Chen Shirtao was stunned and immediately smiled bitterly. "It seems that little brother Yang is really amazing, even able to scare away the Silver Night Thunder Beast. It seems this mistress has underestimated you. Sister Chen is too kind. Scaring it away was not my doing. It was Brother Wang and your little brother's actions. That monster beast probably knew it was not your opponent, so it retreated." Yang Kai replied lightly, not intending to claim any credit. "That's right." Wang Yuhan followed up without any trace of politeness. "Looking at its appearance just now, it should have used some kind of secret technique to suddenly increase its strength. But the price of using this secret technique is extremely high, and having just broken through to the Ninth Order not too long ago, I'm afraid it was unable to suppress the backlash from using this secret technique, so it took the initiative to retreat." Hearing what he said, the others fell into deep thought, none of them speaking for a while, tacitly agreeing with Wang Yuhan's guess. "Brother Wang seems to know a lot about this monster beast," Yang Kai suddenly said with a smile. "What?" Wang Yuhan frowned. "Nothing." Yang Kai waved his hand before turning to Chen Shirtao and saying, "Sister Chen, since this matter is settled, I'll take my leave first." "Where are you going?" Chen Shirtao asked. "Naturally, I'm going to leave this place." Yang Kai replied casually, but suddenly seeing Chen Shirtao looking at him with a faint smile, his expression became awkward as he laughed. "After we separated from you last time, we got lost here for a long time. But now that we've finally found the right direction, we shouldn't get lost again." After all, Yang Kai had told her last time that they had left this place, but after so many days had passed, he was still here. Obviously, he had lied last time. Chen Shirtao didn't pursue the matter, and instead turned to the others and said, "Then let's also leave." But junior brother hasn't succeeded in cultivating that secret technique yet. Wang Yuhan was taken aback and subconsciously didn't want to act together with Yang Kai. The other party's words just now really made him vigilant, and he didn't know if the other party had discovered something. "Since there's a Ninth Order Silver Night Thunder Beast here, naturally we can't continue cultivating. Being able to escape this time was our good luck. If we had stayed any longer. But that Silver Night Thunder Beast is clearly injured, so with our strength, we may be able to take it down." Wang Yuhan still had ideas about the Silver Night Thunder Beast even now. Hearing him say this, Chen Shirtao was obviously a little tempted, but she still turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother Yang, what do you think? Do you think we can kill that Silver Night Thunder Beast if we stay here now?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. He could tell that Chen Shirtao seemed to be asking for his opinion, but in fact, she wanted to invite him to act together. If he joined them, she might really stay to deal with the Silver Night Thunder Beast. After all, in their minds, the Silver Night Thunder Beast had indeed suffered a severe backlash from the secret technique, so as long as they could find a way to force it out of the Thunder Pond, they might be able to kill it. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately shook his head. "I don't know if we can kill it, but this is not a place to stay for long. There may be some unexpected things that may happen. If Sister Chen trusts this Yang, it's best to leave quickly. He didn't say anything about what had happened inside the corpse cave, so it sounded like he was deliberately mystifying things. Wang Yuhan's expression became unhappy, but just as he was about to say something, Chen Shitao suddenly nodded and said, "Since little brother Yang says so, let's leave quickly. Fan Lei, your secret technique doesn't require you to cultivate in the Thunder Pond. You can also find some Thunder Attribute Spirit pills, but their effects will be a bit worse. Once we arrive at Black Crow City, I'll help you purchase them." She seemed to firmly believe in Yang Kai's judgment. Good. Chen Fan Lei had no objection, naturally following his elder sister's lead. Chen Shitao looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Since that's the case, let's leave the valley together. At least we can look after each other on the road." Yang Kai naturally couldn't refuse her, so he nodded in agreement. Although Wang Yuhan was reluctant, he couldn't do anything on his own, so he could only pinch his nose and accept. Thus, the group of 6 headed out of Grand Burial Valley together. Chapter 1305. Along the way, Chen Shitao finally remembered to inquire about Yang Kai's origins. So after making some discreet inquiries, she learned that Yang Kai wasn't a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, nor was he a disciple of a great family. Instead, he lived on a small mountain called Dragon Cave Mountain by himself, seemingly intending to establish himself as a king. Simply put, Kai Yang was someone who didn't belong to any sect or sect. He didn't even have a shadow or a backer. He was a cultivator who only relied on himself. No matter where he went, there were many such cultivators. Their cultivation was extremely difficult. First, they didn't have a master to guide them. On the road of cultivation, it was inevitable that some accidents would occur. Second, they didn't have a good cultivation environment or cultivation resources. Third, if they were bullied, there was no one to help them. So generally speaking, these cultivators didn't have any future prospects. Although their numbers were huge, those who were truly successful in their cultivation were extremely rare. And those who were successful in their cultivation were all recruited by great sects and families. Someone like Yang Kai, who had cultivated to the second-order Saint King realm, was already quite amazing. So when she learned about this, Chen Shitao actually admired Yang Kai greatly, while Wang Yuhan showed a look of disdain. Obviously, in his opinion, Yang Kai would never reach the third-order Saint King realm. Perhaps he would have a chance to break through to the third-order Saint King realm, but it was absolutely impossible for him to reach the origin returning realm. Not only did Chen Shitao admire Yang Kai greatly, even her younger brother, Chen Fan Lei, was very interested in him. This young man was actually quite a good person, and wasn't a scheming person. Instead, he seemed to be full of vigor and vitality, even though he was injured. Chen Shitao kept asking Yang Kai about what had happened to him in Luyan's sand field. Yang Kai would pick up some irrelevant things to talk about, but the other side actually listened with great interest, and would ask questions at just the right moment. Along the way, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. In this group of 4, except for Wang Yuhan, Yang Kai found it somewhat difficult to get along with, but the other 3 were relatively easy to get along with. Half a day later, the 6 of them finally left the Grand Burial Valley. Up until now, Yang Kai hadn't found any traces of those special existences in the corpse cave, which made him feel relieved, knowing that this matter should be over for the time being. Another day later, a small mountain range appeared in front of them. There were several peaks in this small mountain range, and although the world energy aura here wasn't very rich, it wasn't thin either. Seeing this, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he stopped and cupped his fists to Chen Shitao and the others. "Several friends. Although I don't know where you are going, I will part ways here for the time being. My companions and I still have some matters to deal with, so we will be staying here for a few days." "How many days?" Chen Shitao's eyes lit up. "Good, we also want to rest for a few days. As you can see, Fan Lei and brother Wang haven't been able to properly restore themselves after being injured, so we should all rest here." "You guys are also resting here?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. "What? Could it be that little brother Yang doesn't welcome us?" Chen Shitao looked at Yang Kai reproachfully. Of course not. This is not my property. It's just an ownerless mountain range. Naturally anyone can go down. That's good. Chen Shitao smiled. And since little brother Yang came from Heavenly Fate City, you must be returning to Heavenly Fate City, right? And naturally. Hee. This place isn't close to Heavenly Fate City. If you rely on your star shuttle to fly, it will take at least 2 to 3 months. And if you encounter any delays along the way, it may take even longer. Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully and asked, I wonder if Sister Chen has a good way to save us this time. What good way could I possibly have? Naturally, it's to use the space array. Little brother Yang probably doesn't know that Black Crow City, which is 5 days away from here, has a space array that directly connects to Heavenly Fate City. There's such a thing. Yang Kai couldn't help turning his head to look at Yang Yin, but he found that she had a blank look on her face, obviously not understanding this. Would this mistress deceive you? Chen Shitao smiled. Black Crow City is a masterless city and doesn't belong to any great force. Although the space array in the city isn't as strict as the space arrays belonging to great forces, not everyone can use it. However, Fan Lei seems to know a senior who is in charge of guarding the space array. If he can vouch for little brother Yang, it won't be a problem to let him use it. However, using it will require a lot of Saint Crystals. Saint Crystals aren't a problem, as long as it can be used. Yang Kai smiled happily and quickly turned to Chen Fan Lei. Chen Fan Lei grinned. Brother Yang can rest assured. I once helped a senior who was in charge of guarding the space array with a small favor, so asking him to make an exception shouldn't be a problem. What's more, Brother Yang is not someone of unknown origin. Good. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Chen when the time comes. Yang Kai hurriedly expressed his gratitude. After that, he looked down at the small peaks below and said, Then let's stay here for a few days. After we're done with our business, we'll head to Black Crow City together. Chen Shitao and the others naturally had no objections, and immediately flew towards the small mountain range. Although Chen Shitao and Lu Ying had not been injured in the battle with the Silver Night Thunder Beast, they had consumed a great deal of Saint Qi, and had not had much time to recover along the way. As for Chen Fan Lei and Wang Yuhan, they needed to heal themselves as soon as possible. So, the group of 4 flew towards one of the small peaks and soon disappeared. Yang Kai and Yang Yen, on the other hand, flew to another remote mountain peak. A moment later, the two arrived at their destination, and Yang Kai immediately pushed his Saint Qi to open up a temporary residence in the belly of the mountain. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, it was naturally not difficult for him to open up such a place. In just the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a simple cave mansion had taken shape. After entering the cave mansion, Yang Kai's expression became extremely dignified. Yang Yin also seemed to notice this, and followed behind him without saying a word. After walking to the innermost part of the cave, Yang Kai suddenly sat down cross-legged. Did something happen to Xiao Xiao? Yang Yin asked hurriedly. After the stone mongoose swallowed the sun's true essence, it had been stored away by Yang Kai. Yang Yin did not know what the stone mongoose's current situation was, but Yang Kai suddenly wanting to stay here was definitely related to this matter. It's not a big problem, but if things continue like this, the stone mongoose won't be able to bear it. Yang Kai sighed lightly. I guessed as much. In fact, even if you didn't ask, I would have asked you to stay here for a few days to deal with Xiao Xiao and the sun's true essence first. Hearing this, Yang Yin immediately took out some of the things she had refined from her space ring and began arranging them in the cave mansion. The sun's true essence matter was of great importance, so she did not dare to take it lightly. So before letting the stone mongoose out, she had to arrange a barrier around it, otherwise, once its aura leaked, it could cause trouble. With her attainments in spirit arrays, arranging some aura-isolating barriers was naturally a piece of cake. After half a day, the entire cave mansion was covered in layers of invisible barriers. Even if an origin-returning realm master came here, they would not be able to see anything. Only then did Yang Kai wave her hand and release the stone mongoose from the black book space. As soon as the stone mongoose appeared, the temperature inside the cave mansion began to rise, and the stone mongoose's body became as red as fire, exuding an intense heat that was enough to distort one's vision. Its body even showed signs of melting. A pained expression appeared on the stone mongoose's face, as its eyes became extremely red. The violent heat of the sun's true essence was not something it could resist. The stone mongoose being able to persist until now was all thanks to its own innate talent. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate, and immediately took out the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal. A cold aura rippled out from it, and instantly neutralized the high temperature inside the cave mansion, causing it to become ordinary again. Yang Kai then poured his Saint Qi into the stone mongoose's body. The stone mongoose seemed to have received some kind of command and staggered to its feet, opened its mouth, and immediately spat out the sun's true essence, which landed firmly on the ice jade pedestal. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and beckoned to the stone mongoose, waiting for it to come over so he could carefully examine its condition. Fortunately for Yang Kai, although the stone mongoose seemed to have suffered some damage, it was not serious. As long as it rested for a while, it should be able to recover. This made Yang Kai feel relieved, and at the same time, he was more optimistic about the stone mongoose's potential. After transmitting his divine sense to the stone mongoose, telling it that it could refine the rare ores in its stomach at will to repair itself, Yang Kai put it away again. Previously, in the corpse cave, the stone mongoose had swallowed 7 or 8 hills worth of Saint crystals and rare ores. Yang Kai did not know if Saint crystals would be useful to the stone mongoose, but those rare ores would definitely be useful to the stone mongoose's growth. Yang Kai was not stingy, and believed that after the stone mongoose absorbed the essence of those ores, it should be fine. Obtaining a piece of sun's true essence was far more valuable than obtaining any number of ores. After dealing with the stone mongoose, Yang Kai turned to Yang Yan and asked, "How do we do this? If the stone mongoose can't be preserved for a long time, we won't be able to bring it back to Dragon Cave Mountain. Just refine a special container." Yang Yan seemed to already have a plan in mind and replied faintly, "What kind of material do you need?" "Naturally, it's an ice attribute material. This 10,000-year ice jade pedestal is the best material. Don't worry, I have a way, but refining it will be a bit troublesome, and will take at least 10 days. 10 days, no problem. It won't be easy for them to heal their wounds." Yang Kai smiled lightly, and immediately got up, handing over the 4 space rings he had collected from the corpse cave to Yang Yan. He believed that the contents of these space rings should be enough to meet the needs of Yang Yan to refine the special container. Not wanting to disturb Yang Yan any longer, Yang Kai walked out of the cave mansion and sat down cross-legged. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned the Origin King Grade Artifact Refining Furnace. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai could not help feeling surprised and overjoyed. When he was collecting the sun's true essence before, Yang Kai had used the artifact spirit, but the artifact spirit had been somewhat powerless against the sun's true fire and had been injured. Chapter 1306. Yang Kai had thought that this situation would be very troublesome, but when he looked at the artifact spirit again, he found that it was actually sleeping inside the artifact refining furnace. Although its injuries were still there, they weren't as serious as Yang Kai had imagined. On top of that, it seemed to have absorbed a trace of the sun's true fire and was in the process of refining it. That trace of sun's true fire was visible to the naked eye and was swimming about inside the artifact spirit's body like a small snake. But no matter how it struggled, it was unable to escape from the artifact spirit's shackles and was gradually being assimilated by the fire attribute energy inside it. The artifact spirit was actually a blessing in disguise. This made Yang Kai overjoyed. After all, in order to collect the sun's true essence this time, both of his capable assistants had been injured, which made him very depressed. Now that the artifact spirit was fine, and the stone mongoose was also fine, Yang Kai naturally felt relieved. With the artifact spirit in such a state, it was likely that it would be impossible to use the artifact refining furnace to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead for the time being. So Yang Kai simply sat down and adjusted his breathing while inspecting his harvest. In addition to the 4 space rings he had thrown to Yang Yen, which contained a large number of saint crystals and rare ores, the stone mongoose also had a lot of similar things in its stomach. In addition, there were some secret arts that originally belonged to the ancient Yang sect that Yang Kai had collected from the secret cave. Needless to say, these artifacts would be handed over to Yang Yen to handle. Many of these artifacts would need to be repaired before they could be used again. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't need any other artifacts to enhance his combat effectiveness right now, so he naturally didn't care about them. As for the secret arts, Yang Kai was interested in taking a look. After all, the ancient Yang sect was not inferior to great forces like Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect for more than 2,000 years. So the secret arts of the ancient Yang sect would certainly not be lacking. What's more, these secret arts that were placed in the secret cave were likely related to the inheritances of the ancient Yang sect. After inspecting these secret arts, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Yang Kai found that, just as he had guessed, all of these secret arts and secret books were top-notch, and any one of them would attract the interest of many cultivators. Among them were some of the ancient Yang sect's secret techniques that were extremely high-grade and profound. Even a peak origin returning realm cultivator would be interested in them. With Yang Kai's current capital, there was no need for him to waste time and energy cultivating these things. Of course, if he had enough time, he could still choose 1 or 2 secret techniques to cultivate. Not only would this increase his combat power, but it would also increase his chances of survival when he encountered danger. At the very least, Yang Kai was really interested in a few of them. However, when he remembered that he now had to cultivate golden blood threads, refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, cultivate the Tao of space, and deal with the colored glass bead that Dai Yuan had given him, Yang Kai could only put aside these thoughts and silently put away these secret arts for future use. Although he had no intention of cultivating these secret arts, Yang Kai was still greatly inspired by them. In particular, there was a secret art that specialized in body tempering that interested him the most. This was the first time Yang Kai had heard of a secret art that specialized in body tempering and physique tempering. The reason why Yang Kai's physique was so strong was partly because of the large amount of demonic qi he had absorbed from his unyielding golden skeleton, giving him some of the physical attributes of the demon race. On the other hand, it was also because of the various opportunities he had obtained over the years. However, on second thought, the unyielding golden skeleton secret art he obtained when he first started cultivating should also be a body tempering secret art. But the unyielding golden skeleton secret art, created by great demon god, naturally couldn't compare with the ancient Yang sect's secret art. It wasn't that great demon god's aptitude wasn't enough, but rather that he had only managed to reach the Saint King realm at the time of his death, and had yet to leave Tongxian realm. Naturally, his knowledge and experience couldn't be compared with that of a great sect that had existed for countless years. Yang Kai didn't know what grade this body-tempering secret art from the ancient Yang sect was, but after studying it for a while, he could tell that it was a priceless treasure. Such a secret art was definitely worth cultivating. With his identity as an origin-grade alchemist, refining some pills for body tempering would allow him to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The first few stages of this secret art wouldn't take too much time. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai no longer thought about it, and instead sat down cross-legged, and continued to refine his golden blood threads, while taking the time to comprehend the mysteries of this body-tempering secret art. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days passed. During this time, this small mountain range was unusually calm, with nothing happening. This was not surprising though, as this place was so close to Grand Burial Valley that no one would normally come here. If it were 1,000 or 2 years ago, the situation would have been very different. At that time, Many cultivators would have gone to the depths of Grand Burial Valley in search of treasures, so this place would have been quite lively. But now, although some people still entered Grand Burial Valley, there weren't many of them. Besides those like Chen Shirtao who had set goals, there were also some inexperienced cultivators who wanted to make a name for themselves. Most of these people had fallen in Grand Burial Valley and were unable to return safely. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating in front of his cave mansion when his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up towards a certain direction. In the distance, a blue streak of light was rapidly approaching, and this person didn't seem to have any intention of hiding her presence. Yang Kai naturally recognized at a glance that it was Chen Shirtao riding a star shuttle. Calming the Saint Qi in his body, Yang Kai waited quietly. A moment later, Chen Shirtao flew over and landed not far in front of Yang Kai, looking at him with a smile. After meditating for a few days, Chen Shirtao had obviously recovered. At this moment, her face was like a peach blossom, her eyes filled with ripples, and her body exuded a sense of grace. After her body landed, a faint fragrance wafted towards Yang Kai, causing him to involuntarily feel refreshed. Sister Chen. Yang Kai didn't show any intention of getting up, simply nodding lightly to her as a greeting before raising his brows slightly. Looking at Sister Chen's complexion, "It seems you've recovered?" Chen Shirtao smiled. "Thank you for your concern, little brother Yang. This mistress wasn't injured. It was just that she consumed a lot of her Saint Qi, so I've already recovered." "And that's good. May I ask why Sister Chen has come here? Are you preparing to depart?" "Not yet." Chen Shirtao shook her head slowly. Although Fan Lei's injuries this time weren't serious, they weren't light either. "I'm afraid he'll have to stay here for a few more days." "That's good. I'll also need a few days to recover." This mistress came here this time specifically to thank little brother Yang for helping us twice. The first time was fine as we weren't in any life-threatening danger. But if it weren't for little brother Yang the second time, I'm afraid we really wouldn't have been able to leave Grand Burial Valley alive. This mistress will engrave this kindness in her heart. If little brother Yang has any use for this mistress in the future, please feel free to come to Clear Sky Sect, and this mistress will definitely not refuse. When she said these words, her face was solemn, and it was obvious that she was extremely sincere. Yang Kai smiled lightly and waved his hand. "I didn't do much, all I did was help you escape. Being able to come out alive was all thanks to your strength. That Silver Night Thunder Beast wasn't confident it could kill you in this situation, so it took the initiative to retreat." "Is that so?" Chen Shirtao frowned, seemingly a little confused. If this was really the case, then the Silver Night Thunder Beast shouldn't have come to provoke them in the first place. So while she was recovering these past few days, she had been thinking about this issue, and really couldn't figure out why the Silver Night Thunder Beast suddenly retreated. After thinking about it for a while, she could only guess that it had something to do with Yang Kai. Now that she had tried to probe him, Yang Kai still firmly denied it, causing her to wonder if the Silver Night Thunder Beast's retreat was really what Yang Kai said. Yang Kai didn't have any intention to discuss this issue in detail though, and simply said lightly, "As for thanking me, there's no need for that. When one goes out, there will always be difficulties. Since everyone here knows each other, it's only natural for us to support each other. Perhaps the next time this Yang needs Sister Chen's help, he will need it." A somewhat charming smile appeared on Chen Shirtao's pretty face as her eyes flashed happily. Being able to meet little brother Yang is really this mistress' good fortune. "Do you think I'm some kind of person with great destiny?" Yang Kai laughed in surprise. Chen Shirtao giggled. Although there's no basis for such a statement, this mistress firmly believes it. "If it weren't for me riding on your luck, how could I have the opportunity to stand here and talk to you now?" "Forget it, you can think whatever you want." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not bothering to defend himself. Actually, Chen Shirtao opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated for a moment before hesitating. Yang Kai immediately knew that she should have some inconvenient things to say to him, so he put on a respectful expression and listened attentively. Seeing this, Chen Shirtao slowly said, "In fact, This mistress came here this time to first express her thanks, and second to ask if little brother Yang has any plans to enter a sect. Enter a sect? Yang Kai raised his brow and smiled. Sister Chen wouldn't want me to join Clear Sky sect, right? Speaking to a smart person like little brother Yang is really easy. Chen Shirtao smiled like a flower and nodded. I do have such an idea. After all, you've always been cultivating alone without the guidance of a master or the protection of a sect, so you may not see any drawbacks right now. But once your cultivation advances further, there will be some situations that brother Yang won't be able to cope with. Yang Kai gently nodded, knowing that what she said made sense. For example, before he fought with the cultivator brought by Xia Hongwen, Yang Kai really hadn't heard anything about Sure, because he didn't have any elders to tell him about it. If he had known about it earlier, he wouldn't have been so passive at that time. Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Chen Shirtao seemed to have received some kind of encouragement and continued. Moreover, since you were able to cultivate to the second-order Saint King realm, your aptitude isn't low. With your current realm, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter Clear Sky sect. Half a year from now, our Clear Sky sect will hold a trial open to the entire Shadowed Star. No matter who it is, as long as they pass this trial, they can enter the sect. Chapter 1307. Of course, when you first enter the sect, your status and treatment will definitely not be too high. But with your cultivation, as long as you complete a few sect missions, becoming an inner sect disciple shouldn't be a problem. I wonder if little brother Yang is interested in participating in this trial? If so, this mistress can find you a trial token. Saying so, Chen Shirtao looked at Yang Kai eagerly, seemingly really hoping to become his fellow sect disciple. After all, Yang Kai's strength wasn't low, so once they became fellow sect disciples, she could legitimately invite him to join her when she went out to travel in the future. Under her gaze, Yang Kai hesitated, not showing any intention to refuse immediately. This caused Chen Shirtao's expression to shake. She felt like there was hope, and was about to strike while the iron was hot when Yang Kai said, "This one appreciates Sister Chen's good intentions, but for the time being, I have no plans to join any sect." Chen Shirtao's expression darkened, somewhat surprised by Yang Kai's answer. Yang Kai smiled and explained, "If I were really alone, joining a sect wouldn't be a problem, but as Sister Chen can see, I have companions." "You mean that girl with yang inflammation?" Yang Kai nodded. "It's not just her, there are others as well, about a dozen of them." "Several dozen?" Chen Shirtao was stunned. And their cultivations are uneven, some origin returning realm, some Saint King realm, and even some immortal ascension boundary and Saint realm cultivators. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "So it's like that?" Chen Shirtao murmured before immediately smiling. "No wonder you refused, since little brother Yang has such concerns. Since little brother Yang has such concerns, this mistress won't say anything more." Although Chen Shirtao was a little disappointed that she wasn't able to invite Yang Kai to participate in the trial, since he had such a reason, she naturally wouldn't force him. So after chatting with Yang Kai for a while, she took her leave and returned to another small mountain peak not far away. After she left, Yang Kai smiled slightly, his eyes flashing as if he was thinking about something. His eyes suddenly flashing as he stared at a certain spot in the sky. Faintly he asked, "You've been watching for so long. Did you see anything?" As his voice fell, there seemed to be a faint fluctuation of aura coming from the other side of the void. However, it disappeared in a flash, and there was nothing unusual about it. Yang Kai snorted coldly. "What? Since Brother Wang is here, do you need my invitation before you're willing to show up?" Hearing Yang Kai's words, Jiang Yuning nodded. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void, and a figure strangely appeared, looking at Yang Kai with a gloomy face. He asked in disbelief, "How did you find my tracks?" Saying so, he put away the cloak-like artifact he was wearing and stared at Yang Kai, quickly saying, "My aura-concealing cloak is an origin-grade high-rank artifact. It's impossible for you to see through it." An origin-grade high-rank artifact? Yang Kai raised his brow and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Brother Wang has a good artifact, but its grade isn't low. However, with your strength, you won't be able to display its full power. It just so happens that this Yang is quite sensitive to others spying on him. Haha. You have some skill. Wang Yuhan coldly snorted, not showing the slightest embarrassment even though his figure had been exposed. Brother Wang, what are you doing here instead of healing yourself over there? If I hadn't noticed Brother Wang's aura, I might have already attacked just now. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a faint smile. Humph, my injuries have already healed. And I didn't come here with any malicious intent. I was just curious. Wang Yuhan replied indifferently. If you're just curious, then that's fine. If Brother Wang has any complaints about me, you may as well say it directly. If I can change, I will. But if I can't, Brother Wang, please endure for a few days. How could I have any complaints about you? Wang Yuhan's face sank, but he suddenly smiled faintly. However, you refusing Sister Chen's proposal was a wise move. Although your strength isn't low, it's still not enough to enter a big sect like Clear Sky Sect. If you fail to live up to Sister Chen's good intentions, you won't be able to explain yourself. That's my business. There's no need for Brother Wang to worry about it. And if Brother Wang has nothing else to say, please go back. I just came here to borrow Black Crow City's space array with my companions, so I will naturally leave when the time comes. That would be for the best. Wang Yuhan nodded expressionlessly, cupped his fist slightly, and turned to leave. Yang Kai suddenly said, Right, I don't like being spied on in secret, so I'll let it go this time, but if there's a next time, what will you do? Wang Yuhan turned around and stared at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. The spiritual energy in his knowledge suddenly surging and enveloping Wang Yuhan. Wang Yuhan's complexion changed drastically. At that moment, he actually felt an aura of death approaching him. But just as he was about to counterattack, he found that this feeling had disappeared while Yang Kai was still sitting in the same place, looking at him with a smile, as if he hadn't done anything at all. Wang Yuhan's expression immediately became suspicious, and cold sweat dripped down his back. After a while, he turned his head and flew off into the distance. What's there to be jealous about? It's really inexplicable, Yang Kai muttered. Naturally, Yang Kai knew why Wang Yuhan didn't like him, and why he was hiding nearby. However, Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts about Chen Shitao at all. After leaving Black Crow City this time, they might never see each other again. So this Wang Yuhan was a bit crazy. Although he understood that Wang Yuhan wasn't a good person, Yang Kai didn't warn Chen Shitao. After all, Yang Kai was too lazy to do such a thing. On top of that, Chen Shitao wasn't a woman who was ignorant of the ways of the world. So even if Yang Kai reminded her, she would understand Wang Yuhan's true nature. For Yang Kai, as long as he could use Black Crow City's space array, he wasn't willing to intervene in anything else. But since the other party had come to spy on him, Yang Kai naturally wanted to teach him a lesson. Although the soul deterrence just now seemed to have disappeared, and didn't have any effect on Wang Yuhan, Yang Kai had secretly planted a seed of fear in his heart. If there was any kind of conflict between them in the future, all Yang Kai had to do was stimulate this divine sense seed, and Wang Yuhan would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. With Yang Kai's current powerful divine sense, it was naturally impossible for him to do such a thing to a third-order Saint King cultivator. Unless a cultivator at the second-order origin returning realm, or above personally investigated Wang Yuhan's knowledge it would be possible for them to find this divine sense seed and destroy it. The probability of such a thing happening was negligible, so Yang Kai wasn't worried. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai felt that he had neither exposed his strength nor exposed himself just now. So he closed his eyes with satisfaction and continued to focus on his own matters. 3 days later, Chen Fanlei and the others who were recuperating from their injuries came out one after another. Yang Yin handed a ring-like object to Yang Kai. This ring contained a bone-chilling cold, and was obviously refined from some kind of ice attribute material. Yang Kai also sensed a trace of 10,000-year ice jade aura from it. Using his divine sense to investigate it, Yang Kai immediately found that the sun's true essence, which he had been unable to deal with, was stored inside this ring. Moreover, there were many barriers placed around it, that gathered a large amount of ice attribute energy to restrain the spread of the sun's true fire. This ring was somewhat similar to a space ring, but its capacity was extremely small, only 10 meters in diameter. It should be an artifact that Yang Yan had specially refined to store the sun's true essence. With such a thing, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the aura of the sun's true essence being exposed, and it would also be more convenient for him to transport it. After inspecting it for a moment, Yang Kai was overjoyed and put it away while praising Yang Yan fiercely, praising her as if she was a pair of heavens above and earth below. Yang Yan glared at Yang Kai fiercely. After finishing his business here, Yang Kai met up with Chen Shitao and the others, and learned that it was almost time for them to set off. After a brief discussion, the 6 of them immediately rushed towards Black Crow City. Along the way, Wang Yuhan no longer displayed his usual enthusiasm, and instead became taciturn, deliberately distancing himself from Yang Kai. Whenever someone noticed him, Wang Yuhan would stare at him strangely. Chen Shitao and the others didn't notice this, and instead explained the situation of Black Crow City to Yang Kai in detail along the way. Through her explanation, Yang Kai learned that because Black Crow City's geographical location was somewhat special, it wasn't controlled by any single great force. This was because it was located at the intersection of Extreme Path Sect, Imperial City Sect, and Extreme Pavilion. At that time, in order to determine the ownership of Black Crow City, these 3 great forces had fought with each other for many years, but each of them had lost a number of disciples while still failing to obtain the city. In the end, no one knew what kind of agreement the 3 families reached, but none of them dared to meddle in the affairs of Black Raven City. As a result, Black Raven City was able to generate a powerful force on its own. Led by the city lord, Black Raven City had recruited many powerful warriors to guard the city. With the help of some nearby mineral veins, Black Raven City was able to survive in the middle of the 3 factions. Moreover, there were many cities like Black Crow City on Shadowed Star. Most of them were because some great forces were in a deadlock and couldn't decide who would own the city, leaving it to fend for itself. As a result, the city itself developed into a force of its own. Such a force naturally attracted a number of cultivators, and through recruitment, it was occasionally possible to recruit a powerful cultivator to join them. This kind of city was generally called free cities, and there were at least 800 of them on Shadowed Star. Because free cities didn't have the strict constraints of sex, their management was relatively loose, and the position of city lord was frequently changed. Generally, whoever had the biggest fist would become the city lord, so most of these free cities didn't have much influence. Many great forces didn't care about these free cities, and instead cooperated with them. However, there were always exceptions. On Shadowed Star, there were 2 or 3 free cities that had strength not inferior to great sects. These free cities were often firmly controlled by a single great family or several great families, and were relatively united. Although there was still infighting, it was restrained to an acceptable level. Once an external enemy invaded, these free cities would band together. After hundreds of years and thousands of years of growth, these super cities were now no less important than the great sects on Shadowed Star. Chapter 1308. Black Crow City naturally couldn't be compared to a super city, so even though Chen Fan Lei was just a Saint King Realm disciple of Extreme Path Sect, he had some relationship with a senior who guarded the space array in that city. He had once been entrusted by that senior with a small favor, so this senior shouldn't refuse to give Chen Fan Lei face. Learning of this, Yang Kai relaxed, knowing that using the space array shouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be as troublesome as returning from Demon Blood City last time. However, in order to operate on Shadowed Star, one really needed to have some connections, otherwise, just relying on the space arrays in the various cities would be a headache. Fortunately, Yang Kai's luck was quite good. Both times he returned from outside, someone had taken the initiative to help him. Yang Kai just didn't know if there was a pass that allowed him to freely use the space arrays on Shadowed Star. If there was such a thing, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient. Yang Kai didn't think such a thing existed, But after casually asking, he learned from Chen Shitao that such a pass really did exist. This surprised him greatly, and he quickly asked. Chen Shitao seemed to know what he was thinking, and naturally told him everything she knew. Listening to Chen Shitao's explanation, Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although this kind of pass did exist, and was recognized by about 80% of the great forces on Shadowed Star, obtaining it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There were only two ways to obtain it. The first was to organize a grand event that would benefit the entire Shadowed Star. This condition sounded simple, but in fact it was impossible to accomplish. There were as many great forces on Shadowed Star as there were hairs on an ox, and although there was cooperation between them, there were also constant conflicts. Things that were beneficial to one side could be detrimental to the other, making it difficult for everyone to agree. So it was simply impossible to achieve such a condition. The second method was much simpler than the first. If one could gather together 10 first-class sects and jointly act as guarantors, one could obtain a pass that would allow one to travel unimpeded on Shadowed Star. This method was certainly simpler, but that was only relative to the first method. After all, there weren't many first-class sects on Shadowed Star, at most 20 of them. It was basically impossible to gather 10 of them at once. For example, Shadow Moon Hall, Clear Sky Sect and Colored Glass Sect, which Yang Kai had come into contact with, were all first-class sects and had such qualifications. As such, the guarantor had to be a reputable elder in their respective sects. Both of these methods could obtain the pass Yang Kai wanted, but after listening to Chen Shitao's explanation, Yang Kai gave up on these ideas. With his current ability, he couldn't complete either condition. As the group chatted along the way, time flew by and 5 days later, the group of 6 arrived in front of Black Crow City without a hitch. After paying some Saint crystals, the guards at the city gate let them pass. After entering the city, Yang Kai looked around and found that the city was crisscrossed with roads of varying widths. On both sides of these roads there were many shops. Although the cultivator traffic in Black Crow City couldn't be said to be like a school of fish crossing a river, it was still bustling with activity. Little brother Yang, are you going to stay here for a while, or are you in a hurry to leave? Chen Shitao suddenly turned back to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying. If possible, I naturally want to leave here as soon as possible. There are still some things I need to deal with. On this trip, he had obtained so many materials and Saint crystals, and the stone mongoose had stolen a lot of thousand illusion-colored glass, so Yang Inflammation couldn't wait to throw himself into his artifact refining career. Yang Kai had heard from her that she was going to refine something shocking. As for what she was going to refine, Yang Inflammation had been secretive and vague about it, making Yang Kai feel quite helpless. Without even mentioning Yang Inflammation, the situation of the stone mongooses, 2 capable assistants, made Yang Kai unwilling to stay outside any longer. Only after returning to Dragon Cave Mountain could he completely relax and allow his 2 assistants to recuperate. Hearing him say this, a look of disappointment flashed across Chen Shitao's eyes, but she didn't insist and instead said, "Since that's the case, Fan Lei will go to the space array now and see if that senior is there. If everything goes well, little brother Yang should be able to leave this place before nightfall." Yang Kai naturally had no objections and politely requested Chen Fan Lei to leave before standing in place with Chen Shitao and the others and waiting quietly. During this time, Chen Shitao tried to invite Yang Kai again to participate in Clear Sky Sect's trial, but Yang Kai politely refused. Seeing this, Chen Shitao didn't insist, and instead began chatting and laughing with Yang Kai about other things. About an hour later, Chen Fan Lei returned. However, his expression was somewhat awkward, as if he had failed to live up to his expectations. Seeing this expression, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling his heart skip a beat, secretly wondering if the other party wasn't willing to accommodate him. If this was the case, flying back to Dragon Cave Mountain from here really would take 2 to 3 months. Chen Shitao obviously also had some speculations, so after her younger brother arrived, she hurriedly asked, "Fan Lei, did it not go well?" Chen Fan Lei smiled awkwardly, a look of guilt appearing on his face as he shook his head and said, "It didn't go well." "What's wrong?" Chen Shitao asked. "That senior happened to not be in the city. I heard from others that he seemed to have accepted a mission and left the city." "Left the city?" Chen Shitao was stunned. How could he leave the city at this time? Were you fooled by them? "No, of course not." Chen Fanlei quickly waved his hand. "I also asked around and learned that the senior did indeed have a mission and left the city a few days ago. It seems the soonest he will be able to return is 3 days later." 3 days? Chen Shitao murmured before turning to look at Yang Kai and smiling apologetically. "Little brother Yang, I'm sorry. It seems there were some twists and turns in the situation. I'm sorry to disappoint you." "It's fine, there are always accidents," Yang Kai replied faintly. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show the slightest displeasure, Chen Shitao relaxed and said, "But that senior won't be back for 3 days at the soonest. Can you wait here for a few days?" "You can rest assured. As soon as that senior returns, we will definitely arrange for you to leave here. If it's only 3 days, there's no problem. Even if I have to wait 10 days, it won't hurt. After all, it's better than having to fly for 2 to 3 months with Yang Yan. However, Brother Chen, can you be sure that senior won't take too long? If it takes too long, it won't be worth it." "That's fine." Chen Shitao smiled sweetly. "If that senior hasn't returned in 3 days, we'll go somewhere else. Whether it's Extreme Path Sex Gale City or Clear Sky Sex Black Sea City, they're both only 10 to 15 days away from here. These 2 cities have space arrays set up in them that are directly connected to Heavenly Fate City. Here, Fan Lei and I have to rely on our connections, but in Gale City or Black Sea City, we can make our own decisions." Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, the last trace of concern in his heart disappearing as he nodded in agreement with Chen Shitao's proposal. Since they had decided to wait here for 3 days, they naturally had to find a place to stay first. Fortunately, there were many inns in Black Crow City, and Chen Shitao and Chen Shitao were both rich women with a net worth of 1,000,000 Saint crystals. So naturally, the accommodations they found wouldn't be too shabby. A moment later, the group of 6 arrived at a top level and called Flying Spirit Palace. This Flying Spirit Palace was a famous existence throughout Black Crow City and was one of the most high-end inns in the city. Generally, the cultivator who entered and left this place was either rich or noble, each of them not to be underestimated. Staying here for a night would cost at least 3,000 high-rank Saint crystals. This price was not small. One had to know that in an ordinary inn, the best room would only cost 100 Saint crystals for a night, but the price of this Flying Spirit Palace was several dozen times that of an ordinary inn. If it weren't for Yang Kai having helped them twice, the last of which being a life-saving grace, Chen Shitao wouldn't have been so extravagant. After all, although she had a lot of Saint crystals, she had never been so extravagant before. This time, she was borrowing Yang Kai's glory to be extravagant. Although the price was ridiculously high, after settling in, everyone felt that it was worth it. The reason was none other than the fact that every guest who stayed here lived in a separate small attic. The attic was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was for receiving guests, the second floor was for meditation, and the third floor had a special alchemy room and refining room, which could be used by some of the resident alchemists and refiners. Each floor was arranged with at least 7 or 8 barriers. These barriers not only isolated the divine sense of others from probing, but also served as an early warning system. At the same time, in each pavilion, there were 2 young and beautiful girls serving them. These girls were also cultivator, but their cultivations weren't very high. Most of them were Yuan Qi cultivators, and there were even some at the separation and reunion boundary. All of them had undergone special training and were capable of meeting most of the guests' requirements. Of course, some requests that were too excessive would still not be met. According to the cultivator in charge of receiving everyone, this Flying Spirit Palace was actually the property of the city lord's master and several other elders in the city, so there was no need to worry about its security. It was impossible for anyone to come here to cause trouble. The cultivator in charge of receiving everyone had intentionally or unintentionally revealed this information as a warning to Yang Kai, and the others not to underestimate the background of this inn, and not to take the initiative to cause trouble here. With 6 people in their group, of course, there was no need for 6 pavilions, so Chen Shitao took the initiative to ask for 3. Shi and Luing shared 1, Wang Yuhan and Chen Fanlei shared 1, and Yang Kai and Yang Yin shared 1. After the arrangements were made, everyone dispersed and settled down in their respective pavilions to rest. Yang Kai and Yang Yan's pavilion was built in a very unique style, and was given a very sentimental name, Flying Flower Snow Moon Pavilion. Seeing this, Yang Yin couldn't help curling his lips. Yang Kai naturally didn't have any strange ideas, and chose a room with Yang Yin, before sitting down to rest. Chapter 1309. After a silent night, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation took the opportunity to wander around Black Crow City. After all, since they were already here, they might as well see if there was anything special here. If they were lucky, they might be able to find some useful materials. After wandering around for an entire day with Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai and Yang Kai had a great harvest. Some materials that were difficult to find or buy in Heavenly Fate City were actually easily found here. Naturally, the prices weren't as good as those offered by Shadow Moon Hall, but during their trip to Grand Burial Valley, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had harvested a lot of Saint Crystals, so naturally, they didn't care about these prices. Yang Inflammation had purchased 40 to 50 million Saint Crystals worth of artifact refining materials here, but it seemed like she still hadn't had enough. Although Yang Kai didn't say much about this, he couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive. With the rate Yang Inflammation was spending, the Saint Crystals they had harvested this time wouldn't last much longer. However, judging from the materials she had purchased, Yang Kai vaguely felt that she really seemed to be refining something extraordinary. While feeling slightly apprehensive, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little expectant. If it weren't for the fact that she was worried about being targeted by others, Yang Inflammation would definitely have dragged Yang Kai along with her. Even so, Yang Kai noticed that along the way, many people were paying attention to him and Yang Inflammation, whether intentionally or unintentionally, as if they were interested in the two of them. This wasn't surprising though. A young man and woman spending tens of millions of Saint Crystals in a single day was bound to attract the attention of some people. Fortunately, these people seemed to have some kind of scruples and didn't do anything out of line, simply hiding in the shadows and observing. It wasn't until evening that Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation returned to Flying Spirit Hall. As soon as they entered Floating Snow Moon Pavilion, Yang Inflammation went straight to the 3rd floor, seemingly wanting to use the artifact refining materials there to do something. Yang Kai sat in meditation alone on the 2nd floor. About 2 hours later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside with a slight frown. At the same time, he waved his hand and the door to his room opened silently. Outside stood a young girl in green clothes, one of the 2 maidservants assigned to Floating Snow Moon Pavilion. She first politely bowed to Yang Kai before opening her mouth and softly saying, "Young lord, a guest has come to visit. I wonder if young lord would like to meet him?" "Who is it?" Yang Kai was stunned. "He says he's your companion, surnamed Chun." "Chun?" Yang Kai was surprised, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Is he alone?" "Yes." The maidservant nodded gently. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile, and without waiting for the maidservant to ask again, he waved his hand and said, "I know, tell him to wait a moment, I'll be right back." The maidservant bowed again, turned around, and gracefully walked down the stairs. Yang Kai didn't get up immediately, and instead sat in place, a light flashing across his eyes as he pondered for a while before standing up and walking outside. On the 1st floor, in the reception area, Chen Fanlei sat in a dignified manner, his 2 thick eyebrows arched over his brow, and his eyes shining brightly. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he had an innate manly aura about him, giving him a heroic appearance. Especially his eyes, which seemed to be filled with spirit at all times, were the most attractive thing about him. The 2 maidservants assigned to Floating Snow Moon Pavilion were attracted to him, stealing glances at him from time to time. a faint blush appearing on their cheeks. Chen Fanlei was obviously aware of this, but he pretended not to notice and just sat there with a serious expression on his face. However, from the way he moved his body from time to time, it seemed like he was sitting on pins and needles. After a while, Yang Kai came down from upstairs. Chen Fanlei hurriedly got up, cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, I took the liberty to come here and disturb your cultivation. I hope Brother Yang doesn't take offense." Hearing this, Yang Kai glanced at him in surprise before a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said warmly, "Brother Chen is too polite. I am also bored, so there's no need to disturb you." Saying so, he ordered the two maidservants to bring some tea. The green-clothed maidservant who had gone upstairs earlier nodded and went to prepare. Not long after, not only was tea served, but a plate of spirit fruits was also brought up. Yang Kai didn't know why Chen Fanlei had suddenly come to see him, so he didn't ask rashly. Chen Fanlei also didn't seem to have any intention of directly telling him what was going on, and instead began chatting with Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that Chen Fanlei was quite different from usual. It was as if the existence of the two maidservants next to him was putting a lot of pressure on him, making him constantly pay attention to his words and actions, causing his original vitality and heroic spirit to disappear by more than half. His words and actions were often incoherent. Every time this happened, the two maidservants would try to hold back their laughter, causing Chen Fanlei to feel extremely embarrassed. Seeing this, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before suddenly waving his hand and saying to the two maidservants, "There's nothing else for you to do here, go and rest. If there's anything else, I'll call for you." The two maidservants glanced at each other, and although they were a little disappointed, they still obediently nodded before reluctantly leaving. Before leaving, they secretly glanced over at Chen Fanlei, as if they had fallen deeply in love with him. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. However, after the two maidservants left and Chen Fanlei and Yang Kai were alone, Chen Fanlei obviously breathed a sigh of relief, and his usual state was instantly restored. No longer embarrassed, he began chatting with Yang Kai about anything under the sun, sometimes laughing heartily and sometimes wearing a serious expression as he argued with Yang Kai about cultivation problems, refusing to budge an inch. This conversation lasted for 2 hours, and even though it was already late at night, Chen Fanlei still didn't show any intention of leaving, nor did he state his purpose for coming here. Yang Kai couldn't sit still any longer. Did this guy forget his purpose for coming here? Thinking so, Yang Kai lightly coughed and asked, "Does Brother Chen have something to discuss with me this time?" Chen Fanlei heard this and showed a stunned expression before immediately slapping his forehead and crying out in shock. He really had forgotten. Seeing this, Yang Kai smiled bitterly and stared at him quietly, waiting for him to speak. "Actually, it's nothing important. It's just that Brother Yang has helped me twice in Grand Burial Valley, and now that we've come to Black Crow City, I can barely be considered half a host, so I thought I should entertain Brother Yang." "Entertain him?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Chen Fanlei nodded heavily. "I heard that there is a very interesting place in Black Crow City. This Chen has been admiring it for a long time, but has never had a chance to visit it. Now that I've taken the opportunity to offer Buddha some flowers, I wanted to accompany Brother Yang to see it. What does Brother Yang think?" "An interesting place?" Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "What kind of place is it?" A trace of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Chen Fanlei's face, but it quickly disappeared as he grinned meaningfully. "Allow this Chen to keep you in suspense. Brother Yang will know when the time comes." Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile and pondered for a moment before saying, "Good, since Brother Chen has specially invited us, we'll go and see it. But should we bring Sister Chen and the others with us?" "Absolutely not." Chen Fanlei's face changed drastically as he hurriedly waved his hands. "This kind of thing can't be known to her, otherwise she'll skin me alive. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to avoid her eyes and ears, I wouldn't have come here so late at night." "Oh." Yang Kai's brow rose as he suddenly guessed what kind of place Chen Fanlei wanted to go. After thinking about it for a moment, he asked, "What about Brother Wang?" Brother Wang went out during the day, saying he was visiting an elder here. He doesn't know when he will be back, so we don't need to wait for him. Yang Kai gently nodded. Since that's the case, let's go. Seeing that Yang Kai had agreed, Chen Fanlei's spirits lifted, and he immediately led the way. Together, the two left Flying Spirit Palace and merged directly into the crowd of Black Crow City. At night, Black Crow City seemed to be even livelier than during the day, with the number of cultivator coming and going. Chen Fanlei had obviously prepared well in advance and led Yang Kai through the streets skillfully. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of an inconspicuous house. At the entrance of this house stood two Saint Realm cultivators in black armor, holding long spears in their hands. In the darkness of the night, these two pairs of eyes coldly stared towards Yang Kai's direction. At first glance, there was nothing special about this place. It seemed to be just an ordinary house. But when Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate, he was surprised to find that there were many barriers placed around it, making it impossible for him to investigate the situation inside. However, from time to time, some cultivator would swagger into the house. These cultivators had varying cultivation levels, but no matter which one entered, the two cultivator guards at the entrance turned a blind eye to them, not even bothering to ask them any questions. This made Yang Kai very curious, wondering what kind of place this was that it seemed to be so lively. After arriving here though, Chen Fanlei stopped and instead stared at the house with a somewhat excited look on his face. Yang Kai clearly felt that the temperature of Chen Fanlei's body seemed to be rising, and the flow of his blood had also accelerated. Glancing at him suspiciously, Chen Fanlei grinned meaningfully and said, "Let's go, we've arrived." Saying so, just like the other cultivators who had entered the house, Yang Kai swaggered inside. The two guards didn't show any intention to stop him, simply turning a blind eye to Yang Kai and Chen Fanlei. After entering the house, Yang Kai passed through a dark stone path and turned a corner. Suddenly, a very lively atmosphere greeted them. The air was filled with the fragrance of wine and women, and a burst of crisp and sweet laughter filled the air. At the same time, an unknown low-pitched melody drifted out from somewhere. There was actually a completely different world inside this place. Yang Kai looked around in amazement and found that what he saw was something like an open-air square. On this square, there were countless banquets, and at each table, there were guests who had arrived early and were drinking and enjoying themselves. In the arms of these guests, there were some charming women accompanying them. Each of these women had charming eyes and different temperaments, but without exception, all of them were exceptionally beautiful with fair skin and slim figures. Their clothes were also very different. Some of them were extremely revealing, while others only wore clothes-fitting gauze, making them look like young married women from good families. Chapter 13:10. This scene stunned Yang Kai as he secretly thought that the place Chen Fanlei wanted to take him to was exactly as he had guessed. This place was clearly similar to a brothel in a city where ordinary people lived. However, this place was many times more luxurious than an ordinary brothel because all who entered and exited this place were cultivators, and the women accompanying them were also cultivators. At the very least, when Yang Kai swept the place with his divine sense, he did not find any woman with a cultivation lower than Yuanqi boundary. But their strength was not high either. The strongest only immortal ascension boundary 3rd or 4th stage. The cultivation of the men who were seeking pleasure here was also the same, the highest being a Saint Realm cultivator, only slightly higher than the cultivation of these women. Chen Fanlei's interest in this kind of place greatly surprised Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at him, Yang Kai could not help but be dumbfounded. Chen Fanlei seemed to have lost his soul at this moment, his mouth wide open as he stared blankly at the exaggerated scene in front of him, as if the visual impact had made him lose the ability to think or act, his face flushing red. Kai Yang slowly shook his head, but just as he was about to wake him up, a woman dressed like a young woman suddenly walked over. This woman's face was like a peach blossom. Her beautiful eyes were like stars, bright and dazzling. Her chest was towering, and her waist was graceful. Gracefully arriving in front of the two young men, she bowed. This mistress greets the two young lords. As she spoke, she glanced over at Chen Fanlei intentionally or unintentionally, covering her mouth as she giggled. However, this was obviously not the first time she had seen such a scene, so she didn't care too much and instead asked, "The two young lords look unfamiliar. Is this your first time visiting our Joyous Union Pavilion?" Yang Kai glanced over at Chen Fanlei and saw that he still seemed to be in a daze. Sighing slightly, he knew that he could not count on him and nodded gently. This is indeed our first time here, but we have been admiring this place for a long time. This time, we were passing through Black Crow City and decided to come take a look. So that's how it is." The young woman nodded lightly when she heard this, and then she stroked the beautiful hair by her ear and revealed a wisp of a flirtatious expression intentionally or unintentionally. She puckered her lips and said with a smile, "Then are the two of you satisfied? If you are, then how about I arrange a room for the two of you?" Seeing that Yang Kai and Chen Fanlei's cultivation wasn't weak, she knew that the two of them would definitely not be willing to stay in this square for too long, so she took the initiative to make this suggestion. Of course, Yang Kai had no objections. He nodded and let her make her own arrangements. The young woman responded and led the two of them through the square, heading straight for the exquisite pavilions at the back. At the same time, in a private room deep inside Joyous Union Pavilion, an old man and a young man were sitting cross-legged across from each other. The old man had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, while the young man was a third-order Saint King. The old man was calm and composed, silently circulating his cultivation method, not in a hurry. On the other hand, the well-dressed young man seemed to have something on his mind, frowning from time to time as he looked outside. "Yuhan, your heart needs to be tempered a bit more," the old man said lightly without raising his eyelids. The young man opposite him was startled when he heard this, and a look of guilt appeared on his face as he respectfully said, "What seventh grandfather says is right. Yuhan is still too young." The old man smiled lightly, opened his eyes, and looked at the young man opposite him. "You don't have to blame yourself too much. After all, this matter is related to your future, so it's only right that you put some effort into it. Although our Wang family isn't a small family, it isn't a great family either. In this generation, you are the most promising one, being able to enter the Extreme Path sect, and even cultivate to the third-order Saint King realm. If you have the opportunity, breaking through to the origin returning realm is not impossible. When that time comes, you will be one of the pillars of my Wang family, and your background is much better than this old master's. Presumably, you will go further than this old master in the future. Seventh grandfather's praise is too excessive. Yuhan can reach where he is today all thanks to the family's support. If I really succeed in my cultivation in the future, I will definitely not disappoint the family. With your words, I can rest assured. If it weren't for you and some other clansmen came to ask this old master for help, this old master would never have agreed. Although I have obtained a position as a steward of Joyous Union Pavilion, you should know that this place is secretly supported by Imperial City Sect. On top of that, there is also the City Lord's Master's shadow. If something were to happen here, my Wang family would not be able to bear the consequences. Yuhan understands, but this time, the person we are dealing with is only a second-order Saint King, and we won't attack him directly. We just need to create some trouble for him, so there shouldn't be any problems. If not for this, how could I have agreed to your nonsense?" The old man snorted lightly before immediately changing the topic and asking with a chuckle, "The woman you fancy really comes from a great force like Clear Sky Sect?" Indeed, the young man on the opposite side seemed to regain his spirit and immediately said, "Not only does she come from Clear Sky Sect, but her status there is also not low. On top of that, her net worth is quite high, at least 1,000,000 Saint Crystals." "1,000,000? The old man was startled when he heard this, and a trace of greed flashed across his eyes. She's just a trivial third-order Saint King. How could she have such a huge net worth? Her luck was quite good. Last time, she found a Saint Crystal lode in the Luyan Desert, and mined there for 5 months. collecting nearly 10 million Saint crystals. After returning to Clear Sky sect, she handed over most of it to the sect, but still kept a portion for herself. So that's how it is. The doubts in the old man's heart vanished, and he pondered for a moment before he said, "If it's like this, then it's even more impossible to let her go so easily. You must obtain this woman. So long as you're able to obtain her heart, then your future cultivation will be smooth, and you won't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore." Yuhan also thinks so. Otherwise he wouldn't have taken action to deal with that little brat surnamed Yang. I don't think that little brat has any good intentions towards Sister Chen. As long as this matter is exposed, Sister Chen will definitely not want to see him again. That's a good idea, but are you sure he'll come here? The old man asked again. The young man smiled. I'm not too sure, but I'm at least 80% sure. Let's hear it. The old man asked with interest. The young man immediately explained to him, and the old man nodded from time to time with a look of approval on his face. At that moment, a soft voice suddenly called out from outside. The old man's eyes flashed, and after listening for a moment he shouted, "They really came." "Really?" The young man was overjoyed. The old man looked at the young man with a smile and tossed him something. "Your plan is good. You can carry out the next step. You can handle this matter yourself. This is this old master's steward token. With this token, others will cooperate with you on some insignificant matters." The young man took the token and quickly kowtowed. "Many thanks, seventh grandfather." In another room of Joyous Union Pavilion, Yang Kai and Chen Fan Lei were temporarily placed here to rest. The young woman who had led them here was nowhere to be seen, so besides Yang Kai and Chen Fan Lei, there was no one else in the room. There was a pot of spirit tea on the table, but Yang Kai didn't drink a single drop, while Chen Fan Lei drank cup after cup, seemingly trying to use the spirit tea to extinguish the raging flames in his body. While he was drinking tea, Yang Kai just looked at him with a smile. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Brother Chen, is this your first time here?" And Chen Fan Lei nodded, a look of embarrassment on his face, as he suddenly looked up at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang seems to be quite familiar with this place. Could it be you have some experience in this place?" "Nonsense," Yang Kai said with a straight face. "It's also my first time here." Haha. Chen Fan Lei let out a hollow laugh, not knowing if he believed him or not. Yang Kai suddenly looked at Chen Fan Lei meaningfully and asked, "Brother Chen shouldn't have come to this place for no reason, right? You don't look like someone from this place. So is there a reason? Can you tell me a thing or two?" Chen Fan Lei smiled bitterly and asked, "Did Brother Yang see through me?" "It's just a guess." Yang Kai didn't deny it. "Since that's the case, this Chen won't try to mystify things." Chen Fan Lei took a deep breath and calmed down a lot before saying, "Does Brother Yang think this place is just a place to have fun? Is it not?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Naturally not. If it was just to have fun, there are several other places in Black Crow City, so there was no need for me to come here." Chen Fan Lei said a few words before his expression returned to normal. After all, he was a Saint King Realm cultivator, so he still had some mental fortitude. "Oh, is there something special about this place that attracted Brother Chen?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "In fact, it's not some kind of unspeakable secret. Anyone who knows about Joyous Union Pavilion should have come here with the same purpose as this Chen. Although this Joyous Union Pavilion is purely a brothel, there is a group of well-trained women who specialize in dual cultivation. These women cultivate a very strange dual cultivation secret art that is very useful for breaking through bottlenecks. Dual cultivation secret art to break through bottlenecks." Yang Kai's eyes lit up, immediately understanding what Chen Fan Lei wanted to do here. And Chen Fan Lei nodded gently. "Last time, I wanted to use the Thunder Pond to break through my current bottleneck, but unfortunately, I was obstructed by the Silver Night Thunder Beast and failed. However, after soaking in the Thunder Pond for a few days, I felt that I was just one step away from breaking through. If I relied only on hard work, I didn't know how long it would take me to succeed, so I came here to give it a try. If I'm lucky, I may be able to save a lot of effort and herbs, But if I'm unlucky, it doesn't matter. At worst, I'll just return to my sect and continue cultivating. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. He had been wondering why Chen Fan Lei, who felt so much pressure just from being stared at by two trivial maidservants, would shamelessly come here. It turned out that he wanted to use this place to break through his bottleneck. Everything made sense now. Could it be that Brother Chen found this method by himself? Yang Kai asked, intentionally or unintentionally. Oh, it was Brother Wang who told me. When I was discussing my bottleneck with him this morning, he told me that there was such a secret place in Black Crow City. I originally wanted to find Brother Wang, but unfortunately, he never returned, so I could only ask Brother Yang to help me. I hope Brother Yang won't blame me, Chen Fan Lei said apologetically. Chapter 13:11. Listening to his explanation, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he grinned meaningfully. Brother Chen asked me to accompany you because he thought highly of me. How could I blame you? Speaking of which, I'm also very interested in this place. Brother Yang, you? Chen Fan Lei stared at him in amazement. Yang Kai grinned. Brother Chen misunderstands. I'm just interested in their dual cultivation secret art that can help one break through bottlenecks. However, if this is really the case, then this dual cultivation secret art is simply too powerful. You should know that the biggest obstacle to our cultivation is bottlenecks. Often, a single bottleneck can delay one's cultivation for a lifetime. If this dual cultivation secret art is really so powerful, it would be enough to become the foundation of a sect. There would be no need to open a joyous union pavilion here. Brother Yang means. Although Chen Fan Lei wasn't a schemer, that didn't mean he was stupid. He could more or less understand the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Isn't there some hidden dangers in using dual cultivation to break through bottlenecks? Yang Kai's expression became serious as he looked at him seriously. I don't know, brother didn't tell me. Chen Fan Lei couldn't help but frown. After hearing Yang Kai's words, he suddenly became vigilant. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was indeed the case. If a bottleneck could be broken through with the help of dual cultivation, wouldn't it be too simple? I don't know if Brother Chen has ever come into contact with a dual cultivation method before, but most of the dual cultivation methods in the world are actually extremely insidious. They harvest yin to supplement yang, or harvest yang to supplement yin. Dual cultivation methods will only benefit one party. Since this joyous union pavilion can exist here, the dual cultivation method should not be one that harvests yang to supplement yin, but rather one that is similar to the former. By sacrificing one's own primordial yin or yuan qi, the guests who come here can help increase their cultivation and break through their shackles. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before explaining his understanding of the dual cultivation method. In fact, even if he didn't say anything, Chen Fan Lei should have already heard about it. After all, he wasn't an ignorant youth. Even if he hadn't come into contact with the dual cultivation method himself, he should have at least heard about it from others. And Yang Kai himself had cultivated the dual cultivation technique, so he naturally had the right to speak about it. If that's the case, then there might really be hidden dangers. After all, if I don't have a special cultivation method to refine other people's primordial yin or yuan qi, even if my cultivation level increases temporarily and I break through the bottleneck, it may cause my foundation to be unstable. Chen Fan Lei pondered for a moment before muttering. But if that's the case, why did Big Brother specifically mention such a place? If he hadn't suddenly left, I would have thought he wanted to bring me here. Maybe Brother Wang didn't mean it, and you misunderstood something, Yang Kai said casually. So that's how it is. Chen Fan Lei gently nodded. Then what should I do? Since there is such a hidden danger, I can't hold on to my original plan. I would rather spend more time in seclusion and cultivate than let this dual cultivation method ruin my foundation. Especially with a woman I don't even know. After sobering up, Chen Fan Lei finally regained his usual cleverness and got up. Brother Yang, let's go now. Since we've already come here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? You're being too rude to others. And if we just leave like this, we might end up offending the owner of this place. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. Chen Fanlei scratched his head, a helpless and bitter smile filling his face. If he had known this would happen, he would never have brought Yang Kai to this place. Now even if he wanted to leave, he had to be careful. Could it be that we're really going to? Chen Fanlei looked at Yang Kai expectantly, as if he was looking forward to it, but also somewhat hesitant. Yang Kai laughed. That depends on Brother Chen's own intentions. Of course, dual cultivation method should be avoided if possible. But if it's just for pleasure, it doesn't matter. Brother Yang, you must be joking. Chen Fanlei's face turned red. At that moment, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he turned his head towards the door. There was a soft knock on the door, and the young woman who had led the two of them in before returned and said softly, "Two young lords, this mistress has been rude." As she spoke, she pushed open the door and walked in, followed by two maidservants. One of them was carrying a fragrant wine pot, while the other was carrying a plate of spirit fruits. Gracefully walking forward, they placed the things in their hands on the table, and obediently stood behind the young woman. The young woman sat down beside them and asked, "May I ask if the two young lords have come here to seek pleasure, or do you have some other request?" "What do you mean by seeking pleasure? What if I have some other request?" Yang Kai raised his brow and asked calmly, as if he was a seasoned veteran, causing the young woman to not dare underestimate him. The young woman pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes filled with infinite charm, causing Chen Fanlei's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. Gently opening her red lips, she said, "If you are simply looking for pleasure, our Joyous Union Pavilion has many excellent aptitude and beautiful girls for the two young lords to choose from. I guarantee the two of you will be satisfied. Moreover, whether it is in terms of cultivation or beauty, these girls are far superior to the other places in Black Crow City. Of course, in terms of price, they are not something those places can compare with." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "The price is not an issue, as long as you are satisfied with it. But what is the highest cultivation of your pavilion's young woman?" The young woman smiled sweetly. "Young lord's vision is quite high, but in terms of cultivation, young lady Hongyu is a second-order Saint King." Second-order Saint King. Yang Kai was stunned, exchanging a glance with Chen Fanlei, both of them seeing the look of disbelief in each other's eyes. Neither of them had expected there to be such a woman here. After all, with such a high cultivation, it was basically possible to enter one of the great sects. Much better than wandering around here. The young woman continued, "However, young lady Hongyu only marries twice a year. After those 2 times, no matter what the price is, she will not marry. Of course, whether she marries or not is up to her. If she doesn't like it, even if young lord offers a high price, it will be useless." "This young lady Hongyu seems to have a bit of a temper, forget it." Yang Kai waved his hand. "There's no need for such trouble." "Very well." The young woman seemed to be relieved and asked eagerly, "May I ask if the two young lords have any other requests? I heard that your noble sect has a group of women who specialize in dual cultivation that can help one break through bottlenecks. Is this true?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The young woman gently nodded. "And our Joyous Union Pavilion does have such a group of women. Moreover, of the guests who come here, as long as they are Saint King Realm cultivators, 8 out of 10 come here because of this. It seems that the two young lords are the same, and we have recently encountered some bottlenecks in our cultivation and have been unable to break through, so we decided to come here. If that's the case, then that's easy to handle. If you don't mind, how about leaving everything to this mistress? I'm sure the two young lords will be satisfied." The young woman asked with a smile. "Good." Yang Kai gently nodded. The young woman slowly got up and walked out. It seemed like she was going to arrange something, but when she reached the door, she suddenly turned around and said, "By the way, young masters, I'll say this first. Although some of the guests here are able to smoothly break through their bottlenecks with the help of dual cultivation, not all of them can succeed. If the two young masters are unable to achieve their wishes, rest assured, we understand this point. If we really are unable to achieve our goals, it's because our opportunities are not good enough. We won't blame you." The young woman nodded with satisfaction before really leaving. After she left, Chen Fanlei looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he had specifically asked for a woman who had cultivated a dual cultivation secret art. Yang Kai also didn't show any intention of explaining anything to him. Chen Fanlei thought about it for a while before stealing his heart, thinking that it was just a spring breeze. As long as it wasn't dual cultivation, he would be fine. So he simply picked up the spirit fruit on the table and began eating. A short time later, the young woman returned, but this time she was accompanied by a dozen or so young and beautiful women. These women's looks and figures were truly outstanding, each of them as beautiful as a flower. But the most remarkable thing about them was their cultivations, all of them first-order saints. This kind of cultivation was far higher than any of the women in the outside world. With these dozen or so women standing there, their fragrances suddenly filled the room, like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, a particularly enchanting sight. Chen Fanlei's eyes flashed a green light as he looked around, satisfied with all of them. Yang Kai, on the other hand, remained calm and didn't say anything. The young woman observed from the side, and a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. But she didn't say anything, and simply clapped her hands lightly. The group of women who had entered walked out, and soon were replaced by another group of women. The cultivation of this second group of women seemed to have improved again, with one of them now being a second-order saint. This time, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. The young woman was even more surprised, her brow furrowing slightly as she clapped her hands once more, and a second group of women walked out, replaced by a third. "Two young lords, are you still not satisfied?" After waiting for a moment, she saw that Yang Kai still didn't show any signs of interest, so her pretty face couldn't help sinking as she asked coldly. After all, the women who had entered this time were all of the highest quality in their joyous union pavilion, and there was even a third-order saint cultivator among them. One of the young men seemed to be quite satisfied as he seemed to already have an appetite, but the other was a bit irritating as he didn't show any signs of interest, causing her to wonder if he was deliberately looking for trouble. Yang Kai smiled lightly, ignoring her annoyance as he slowly said, "Your noble establishment should have more than this, right? If so, that would be quite disappointing." The young woman snorted and waved her hand, allowing the third group of women to walk out as she grit her teeth. "This young lord's vision is truly extraordinary. Our joyous union pavilion does indeed have higher quality girls, but there aren't many of them, and their prices are quite high. I just don't know if two young lords can afford them." Chapter 13:12. Like I said, the price is not an issue, as long as you are satisfied. Yang Kai smiled lightly before tossing a space ring towards the young woman. The young woman caught it and swept it with her divine sense. After seeing the number of saint crystals inside, her beautiful face changed slightly, but in the next moment, a smile appeared on her face, her previous annoyance instantly forgotten as her beautiful eyes flashed. "This young lord is truly generous. Since that is the case, this mistress will not dare disappoint you." Saying so, she flipped her hand and put the space ring away, but from the look on her face, it was obvious she was very satisfied with the price Yang Kai had offered. With a wave of her hand, a silver light suddenly shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but he wasn't on guard. Opening his hand, he caught all the silver lights. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find that what he had caught was actually a mirror, as thin as a cicada's wing, and silver in color. On each of the mirrors, there was a beautiful figure. Their expressions were different. Some were angry, some were happy, some were sitting, and some were standing. They were so lifelike that it was as if a real person was sealed in them. Their beautiful eyes made one's heart tremble. However, Yang Kai soon discovered something special about these mirrors. The figures on these silver mirrors only made a few simple movements, repeating the same process over and over again. These girls are our joyous union pavilion's signature beauties, each of them a first-order saint king, and each of them is a virgin. If young lord had not taken out so many saint crystals at once, This mistress would not have been able to make this decision. I believe they should be able to meet the requirements of 2 young lords, but if you are still not satisfied, this mistress can only express her deep regret. First Order Saint Kings. Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression indifferent, still unable to see anything as he continued to examine the silver mirrors in his hand. There weren't many of these silver mirrors, only 7 or 8 in total, but they were obviously some kind of special artifact that could record several images, allowing those who looked at them to feel as if they were seeing them with their own eyes. As such, even though the beauties on these silver mirrors only made a few simple movements, they were still able to perfectly display their graceful bearing. If Yang Kai had simply come here to seek pleasure, each of these beauties would have met his requirements. But since learning that Chen Fanlei had come here because of Wang Yuhan's inadvertent reminder, Yang Kai, he knew something was wrong with this trip. At this point, how could he not realize that Wang Yuhan clearly had bad intentions towards him? Yang Kai's methods were extremely clever, and his plans were interconnected, so he had not exposed himself. Yang Kai had been stalling, deliberately making things difficult. Mainly, he wanted to see what Wang Yuhan was trying to do. Yang Kai didn't really intend to seek pleasure here, so he quickly examined each of the silver mirrors, slowly shaking his head as soon as he saw one before tossing it to Chen Fanlei, who had been staring at him from the side. After examining 3 or 4 mirrors in a row, Yang Kai still seemed to be indifferent, causing the young woman to become somewhat impatient. But thinking about how the other party had already paid so many saint crystals in advance, she didn't become angry and instead just waited quietly. When Yang Kai examined the 5th silver mirror, he glanced at it casually, but in the next moment, his complexion changed and his eyes flashed a terrifying light. Even his aura suddenly fluctuated as he stared fixedly at the beautiful figure in the silver mirror in his hand. The young woman had been observing Yang Kai's expression all this time, so how could she not notice the change in his expression? Chuckling lightly, she asked, "Has young lord found a beautiful woman?" Yang Kai raised his eyes, and a complicated light flashed across them, causing the young woman to be startled. But soon, that expression disappeared and she returned to normal. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Yes, I have indeed taken a fancy to someone. This woman meets my requirements very well. I've made Madam laugh." Saying so, Yang Kai tossed the silver mirror back to the young woman. The young woman caught it, looked at the figure in the silver mirror, and murmured, "It's her." And, for young lord to take a fancy to her, his vision is not bad. "What is this girl's name?" Yang Kai asked casually. The young woman giggled and covered her mouth. "Young lord, please don't take offense. It's not that this mistress cannot tell you. It's just that Joyous Union Pavilion has a rule that all the girls who marry here will not reveal their true names. But young lord can call her you. You are." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he gently nodded and asked, "Then what kind of secret art does she major in?" This time, the young woman frowned and hesitantly asked, "Isn't young lord asking too much?" "Mistress, please don't take offense. It's just that this one came here to use dual cultivation to break through the bottleneck. So naturally I want to know what kind of secret art she cultivates. Otherwise, if there is a conflict between us, wouldn't that be terrible? And, young lord is a very cautious person. This is also reasonable." The young woman listened to this, and didn't know whether she really believed him or not. But she still smiled and said, "In that case, there is no harm in telling young lord. Miss Yu originally cultivates an ice attribute secret art. But this does not conflict with young lord's secret art, because her current dual cultivation method does not rely on the power of the ice attribute. So no matter what attribute secret art you cultivate, it will not conflict with her. If you really have such concerns, this mistress will naturally inform you in advance." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision, nodding. "Good, then it's her." "Good." The young woman saw that Yang Kai had made up his mind, and gently clapped her hands. A woman who looked like a maidservant immediately walked in and ordered, "Take this young lord to Ice and Snow Pavilion." The maidservant nodded and led the way. Yang Kai looked at Chen Fanlei and grinned. "Brother Chen, help yourself." Good, good, good. Chen Fanlei nodded repeatedly. Immediately, Yang Kai followed the maidservant out the door. After walking a few thousand meters and disappearing into the darkness, Yang Kai's face suddenly sank, and his body trembled slightly, as if he was unable to suppress his emotions. He never expected that he would meet such a person in this kind of place, let alone one from Tongxian realm. How could he not be shocked? Originally, he didn't dare to be too sure. After all, the world was so big. So how many people were there who looked the same? But when he learned that the other party's name was Yu, and that she cultivated an ice attribute secret art, coupled with her first-order Saint King cultivation, Yang Kai immediately determined that this Yu was really the person he knew. It had been more than a decade since Yang Kai stepped into Tongxian realm's territory, but he had never met anyone he was familiar with in Tongxian realm's territory. Now, the first person he had met was not only related to him, but had also ended up in this kind of brothel. Most importantly, she should have been with Su Yan. Now that she was here, where was Su Yan? Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as a series of thoughts crossed his mind. Finally, with the help of his powerful mental fortitude, he managed to suppress his emotions and began chatting with the maidservant, trying to inquire about this woman named Yu. But whether it was because Joyous Union Pavilion's rules were too strict, or because this maidservant's status was too low, and she really didn't know anything, no matter how Yang Kai asked, he couldn't get any useful information out of her, causing the maidservant to feel extremely guilty and constantly apologize. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only sigh softly and prepare to inquire about this Yu in detail when he met her. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a pavilion. The pavilion was built quite exquisitely, and it was unknown what material it was made of, but it actually faintly emitted a chill. Arriving here, the maidservant bowed and said, "Young lord, please come in. Lady Yu usually meditates and cultivates in this loft. Since today is her wedding day, she must have received the news and is waiting for young lord." "I understand." Yang Kai waved his hand and sent the maidservant away before striding into the loft. There was no one on the first floor, but Yang Kai's divine sense had already locked onto a person on the second floor. After realizing that this person's aura was indeed that of someone he knew, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quickly walked upstairs. The sound of footsteps rang out like a drum, causing a certain woman on the second floor to tremble in fear. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a dangerous light, but very quickly, as if she had thought of something, her face darkened, and she smiled bitterly. She only sat quietly at a round table, waiting expressionlessly. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived on the second floor, pushed open the door, and entered a snow-white room. Everything in this room was pure white. Whether it was the curtains or the bedding, everything was white. Coupled with the faint chill in the air, it gave one the illusion that they had entered a world of ice and snow. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and saw the woman sitting there. She looked faintly uneasy and had her head lowered, showing no intention of getting up to greet him. A few strands of her hair were draped over her chest, giving her an incomparably lonely and helpless appearance, causing anyone who saw her to feel pity for her. Yang Kai walked straight towards her, causing the woman's tender body to tremble slightly, as if she was a little panicked, and a pained expression appeared on her face. But she still sat in place without moving. It wasn't until Yang Kai came to her side that she sighed as if she had accepted her fate, and stood up to greet him. "This mistress greets honored guest. May I know when honored guest would like to begin?" She had obviously received the news, and had kept her head down from beginning to end, not even glancing at Yang Kai, as if she was afraid of something. Moreover, she didn't have the slightest bit of emotion, and went straight to the point. Yang Kai didn't say anything and just quietly looked at her, causing Yu to feel even more uneasy. Being pierced by his gaze, Yu felt as if her entire body had been seen through, and her tender body couldn't help but tremble. After a long while, this esteemed guest did not have any intention of making a move. Yu frowned slightly. Just as she was about to say something again, a sigh came from the other side. Then, a vaguely familiar voice sounded in her ears. Elder Qianyu, long time no see. Chapter 13:13. Although it was just a faint greeting, when the words Elder Qianyu entered her ears, the woman opposite him trembled violently as she raised her head and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Immediately, a look of surprise and confusion flashed across her beautiful eyes, as if she had recognized Yang Kai but wasn't quite sure. A complicated look on her face. What's wrong? Does Elder Qianyu not recognize this Yang? Yang Kai smiled at her. Yang Kai! Qianyu exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hand as her beautiful eyes trembled violently. It's really you. In this kind of place besides me, who would know you are Elder Qianyu? Yang Kai raised his brow. Qianyu's expression became even more strange as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, both wanting to laugh and wanting to cry. After struggling for a long time, she finally calmed down and a touch of cordiality appeared in her eyes, as if she had found a family member she had not seen for a long time. Taking a deep breath, her full breasts heaved up and down as she called out, I never expected to meet you here. Yang Kai grinned. I didn't expect that either. Right, let's sit down and talk. Qianyu suddenly recovered and quickly said. Yang Kai nodded and sat down. Qianyu also sat down, and as their eyes met, both of them fell silent. Obviously, both of them had a lot of questions they wanted to ask, but for a while, they didn't know where to start. Qianyu's mood was unstable, but so was Yang Kai. This lady in front of him turned out to be Elder Qianyu of Tongxian Realm's Ice Sect. Yang Kai didn't have much contact with this woman. At most they could be considered acquaintances. However, she had taught Su Yan cultivation before, and although they weren't master and disciple in name, there was still some friendship between them. After Meng Wuya brought Xia Ningchang and Su Yan back to Tongxian Realm through the Void Corridor under the central capital, because Meng Wuya had to remove the profound heavenly seal demon commander Zhang Yuan had placed on him, he couldn't protect Su Yan all the time, so he had entrusted her to Ice Sect, a hidden sect. Later, Yang Kai also came to Tongxian Realm, and after many inquiries, he also rushed to Ice Sect, where he met Elder Qianyu and even fought with her. At that time, in Ice Sect, in addition to Qianyu, Yang Kai vaguely remembered there were several other Saint Realm elders. One of them was Qian Hao, Elder Qianyu's brother, while Ice's Ice Sect, Ice Sect, Ice Sects, Ice's masters is elders SSSSS. At that time, Yang Kai only had a transcendent realm cultivation and was able to fight against several Saint Realm masters of Ice Sect. It was all thanks to his soul-devouring insects that he was able to force out Ice Sect's sect master, Qingya, and after a long conversation, he was able to fuse with Su Yan's soul and reach the grand accomplishment stage of his Yin-Yang joyous unification art. Less than 20 years had passed since then, and the elder-level character that Yang Kai had to look up to had now fallen into a lonely and desolate state. She even seemed to have some freedom, unable to make her own decisions, and could only wait here for guests to choose. Using a dual cultivation secret art to help others break through bottlenecks, the vicissitudes of time, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit emotional. Moreover, his cultivation was now higher than Elder Qianyu's. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind before Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he smiled. I heard that Lady Yue used to cultivate an ice attribute secret art. May I ask where Lady Yue came from, and how she ended up here? Qianyu frowned and subconsciously glared at Yang Kai, but after seeing the strange light in his eyes, she suddenly understood and replied faintly, I indeed used to cultivate an ice attribute secret art, but that has nothing to do with honored guest. As for how I ended up here, honored guest has nothing to do with it. Yang Kai didn't seem to care and just smiled indifferently. Since that's the case, this Yang won't ask. However, when we begin our dual cultivation secret art, it's only natural that we communicate more. So this Yang would like to have a long talk with Lady Yue to enhance our mutual understanding. What does Lady Yue think? Since it is honored guest's request, this mistress will naturally cooperate. Qianyu replied indifferently. Yang Kai gently nodded and began chatting casually with Qianyu about some trivial matters, most of which were interesting rumors about various places. Qianyu listened with great interest, and although her expression remained cold, her beautiful eyes revealed a look of curiosity. After a long silence, Yang Kai's voice paused and his expression became serious as he nodded lightly to Qianyu. Good. The divine sense monitoring us has left. Qianyu's expression also became solemn as a look of surprise appeared on her face. Yang Kai, you're still somewhat unfathomable. Back then, you were just a transcendent yet dared to break into Ice Sect alone. Now that you've come to Joyous Union Pavilion, you're actually able to detect the divine sense monitoring us. How did you do it? The divine sense monitoring them here must belong to an origin returning realm master. If Qianyu hadn't noticed Yang Kai's strange look, she wouldn't have cooperated with him so much. However, Qianyu clearly sensed that Yang Kai's cultivation was just a second-order Saint King, which greatly surprised her. Yang Kai smiled lightly. My divine sense is slightly stronger than an average cultivator's. It's more than just slightly stronger. Qianyu smiled bitterly and shook her head, not wanting to get to the bottom of this matter, instead eagerly asking, why are you here? I also want to ask you this question. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he looked at her solemnly. It's a long story. Qianyu smiled bitterly. Qianyu smiled bitterly, picked up the cup and teapot on the table, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to Yang Kai. After sorting out her thoughts for a moment, she said, presumably you now know why our ice sect has been hiding in that glacier world all this time, right? And I understand a little. It is said that you were there to guard the bone race. Yang Kai nodded lightly, recalling some memories of the past. But the bone race's resurgence was too fierce, something our ice sect had not anticipated. Among them, there was even an unrivaled existence, and our ice sect was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. With just a few Saint Realm masters, it was impossible to resist. Fortunately, when the seniors of Ice Sect killed the Bone Race, they seized a star shuttle, which was controlled by each generation's Ice Master. After Ice Sect was destroyed, Ice Master Qingya knew that she could not escape with us, so she could only take the risk of breaking into the Starfield's gate near Ice Sect. By relying on the power of that star shuttle, we were able to enter star territory. I also inquired about this. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Since we entered star territory, how could we appear here? What about Ice Master Qingya? What about Su Yan? Where are they now? Yang Kai asked anxiously. Qianyu's expression darkened. Seeing this, Yang Kai's face suddenly went pale as a bad feeling filled his heart. Qianyu saw his expression, and immediately knew he had misunderstood, quickly waving her hand and saying, you don't need to think too much. Although I don't know where they are now, Ice Master Qingya and Su Yan should be fine. How can you be so sure? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. Because of this, Qianyu suddenly flicked her wrist and two crystal-clear ice beads appeared in her palm, each of them about the size of a fingernail, pure and flawless. As soon as he saw these two ice beads, Yang Kai's expression froze as he stared at one of them, unable to move his eyes away. He felt Su Yan's aura from this ice bead, while the other one contained Qingya's aura. What are these? Yang Kai looked up at Qianyu. These are ice soul beads condensed using one of our ice sect's secret techniques. As long as the bead exists, the owner exists. If the bead shatters, the owner dies. Qianyu explained softly. Each ice soul bead corresponds to one person. We were afraid of being separated from one another in Star's territory, so we condensed them as a precaution. I have their ice soul beads, and they also have mine. Since these two ice soul beads haven't shattered, it means they are still alive. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed as a look of pleasant surprise flashed across his eyes. As long as Su Yan was fine, he felt relieved. Although he didn't know where she was now, one day the two of them would meet again, Yang Kai firmly believed. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, can you give me this ice soul bead? Qianyu smiled lightly. Of course, that's not a problem. After all, you are the closest person to Su Yan in this world. Saying so, she handed over the ice soul bead that belonged to Su Yan. Yang Kai thanked her profusely before reaching out and accepting it. As soon as he touched it, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of Su Yan's appearance, and the smile she gave him all those years ago, a trace of tenderness flashing across his eyes. Yang Kai sensed the aura of this ice soul bead for a moment, before carefully storing it into his black book space. After doing this, Yang Kai let out a long sigh as his body and mind relaxed greatly. The invisible pressure that had been weighing down on his heart for so long also dissipated at this moment, and the Saint Qi in his body began to circulate uncontrollably, causing the nearby world energy to surge violently. After learning that Su Yan was fine, Yang Kai felt the pressure in his heart disappear, and his aura began to fluctuate, showing faint signs of breaking through on the spot. For a long time, although Yang Kai hadn't spoken much about Su Yan to anyone, even if it was just for himself, he would only occasionally think about her. But this kind of worry and concern had subtly become a stumbling block on Yang Kai's path forward, and also a shackle in his heart. Now, under the impact of Su Yan's aura, this shackle had broken, and with the ice soul bead, Yang Kai was naturally able to relax. After refining the profound Yin sunflower water in Luyan's desert, Yang Kai's cultivation had soared to the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. Now almost 2 years had passed, and he was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough. Today's events were just a prelude. Even without today's events, Yang Kai estimated that he would be able to break through in 3 months at the earliest, and half a year at the latest. He had rushed back to Dragon Cave Mountain in a hurry, because he wanted to prepare for this breakthrough. The abnormalities in his body naturally didn't escape Qian Yu's eyes, and she stared at him suspiciously. Qian Yu smiled happily, and was about to congratulate him when Yang Kai frowned, forcibly suppressing the tumbling of his Saint Qi, blushing slightly before returning to normal. Chapter 13-14. The world energy that had been stirred up by Yang Kai's aura also returned to normal at this moment. Why did you give up this opportunity? Qian Yu's eyes flashed a strange light as she asked regretfully. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. It's fine, I'll come back here sooner or later. What I want to know now is what happened after you entered Star Territory, and how you were separated. Qian Yu heard this and smiled bitterly, but still nodded. Very well, if you're so worried, it's not the best time to break through. Immediately, Qian Yu began explaining the situation after Ice Sect's group entered Star Territory. Through her description, Yang Kai learned that the situation they encountered after entering Star Territory was far more dangerous than his own. Needless to say, the Starfield Storm and the Asteroid Sea were also extremely dangerous. After all, their physical strength and divine sense cultivation were not as good as Yang Kai's. So after entering Star Territory, they were unable to easily resist the dangers in front of them. If it weren't for Qingya and the others fully defending themselves, with Su Yan's cultivation, she would have long since fallen. Even so, 2 of Ice Sect's Saint Realm elders failed to escape from the Starfield Storm and died, leaving behind only Ice Sect's Qingya, Su Yan, Qian Yu, and Qian Hao, the brother and sister Qian Yu. The remaining 4 people wandered Star Territory for several years, and just as they were in despair, they suddenly discovered a void corridor. Although they didn't know where this void corridor in Starfield led to, or what kind of dangers lay ahead, if they gave up this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. So after some discussion, the 4 of them rushed into the void corridor. However, the void corridor seemed to be somewhat unstable, and branched off into many forks, so the group inadvertently became separated. After Qian Yu passed through the void corridor, she found herself on Shadowed Star. As for the others, she didn't know where they had gone. After hearing this, Yang Kai's face darkened. If they had all separated after passing through the same fork, then Ice Master Qingya, Elder Qian Hao, and Su Yan must have all arrived on Shadowed Star. But they had all taken different forks in the void corridor. Who knew where these forks would take the remaining 3? Moreover, Yang Kai estimated that there was a 90% chance that the remaining 3 were not on Shadowed Star, because there was a faint connection between him and Su Yan that would only grow stronger as his strength grew. Yang Kai had once used a drop of golden blood to circle Shadowed Star, so if Su Yan was really on Shadowed Star, he would definitely have noticed. There was actually a fork in the void corridor, This made Yang Kai somewhat confused, but the world was big and filled with all kinds of strange things. He was just a small character in the second-order Saint King realm, so there were many things he couldn't understand. The existence of the Ice Soul Bead showed that these three people were still alive, but Yang Kai didn't know where they were on Shadowed Star's territory. After Qianyu arrived on Shadowed Star, she appeared near Black Crow City. At that time, she had passed through the Void Corridor and was extremely weak. Unfortunately, in that situation, she had encountered a few cultivators who harbored evil intentions towards her. Seeing her extraordinary beauty, they decided to kill her. Fortunately, an origin-returning realm master who happened to be nearby rescued her and brought her back to Joyous Union Pavilion. Since then, Qianyu had been living in Joyous Union Pavilion and was given a dual cultivation opportunity by her savior. As time passed, Qianyu gradually understood what kind of shady business this place was and what kind of fate awaited her. Fortunately, her cultivation was not low, having reached the First Order Saint King realm, but not everyone could visit her. Occasionally, there would be a few honored guests who would pay a high price, but none of them would choose her, allowing her to survive until now. Today, when Qianyu received news that an honored guest was about to visit, she was about to be married. Qianyu's heart was filled with anxiety, but how could she have known that this honored guest would actually be Yang Kai? When Qianyu was telling this story, Yang Kai didn't interrupt and just listened quietly. As if she was holding back a lot of bitterness, Qianyu wiped a few tears as she spoke. This wasn't surprising though. In the past, she was an elder of Ice Sect, and although she wasn't famous, she was still considered one of Tongxian Realm's top characters. However, after coming to Star's territory, she hadn't even had time to see the splendor of Star's territory before escaping death several times. After she finally settled down, she was placed under house arrest here and became a prostitute. The difference between now and then was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort her. Speaking of which, Qianyu was barely his elder, but as a successful cultivator, she had quite a bit of experience in maintaining her youthful appearance, so it was impossible to tell her true age from her appearance alone. Yang Kai couldn't comfort her like he had comforted his peers. That would be overstepping his boundaries. After Qianyu calmed down, Yang Kai said, "If I were to let you see the Star territory you lost again, would you still be able to recognize it?" "I wouldn't dare say I would be able to recognize it 100%, but I do have some impressions of some of the nearby stars." Qianyu gently nodded. "Good." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "When you have time, tell me the characteristics of those stars." "Naturally, that's not a problem, but with just these, how can you determine their location?" "You don't need to worry about that. I naturally have my own methods." "Alright, you just said you had some kind of seal placed on you? If it's convenient, can you let me take a look?" "Naturally, you can take a look, but don't act rashly. The one who placed this seal is the Origin Returning Realm Master, who rescued me, and is also one of the owners of Joyous Union Pavilion. She usually meditates in a secret room here, so if you disturb her, it won't be good." "I know." Yang Kai nodded lightly. After Qianyu stretched out her hand, he stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on her wrist, sending his Saint Qi into Qianyu's body. As he investigated, Yang Kai's expression gradually became dignified. After a long time, he withdrew his fingers and showed a thoughtful expression. "This seal isn't too vicious. It seems that person just didn't want you to run away. And I tried to run away a few times, but every time she activated this seal, I felt powerless and couldn't run far. On top of that, if I hadn't been on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm a few years ago, she wouldn't have tolerated me acting so presumptuously. A few years ago, Qianyu was just a Saint Realm cultivator, but the price of a Saint Realm woman and a Saint King Realm woman was completely different in Joyous Union Pavilion. So even if Qianyu had a bad record of running away, that person only punished her slightly and didn't really intend to harm her. After Qianyu successfully broke through to the Saint King realm, that person couldn't wait to push her out and make her a dual cultivation partner. Now that Yang Kai thought about it, The reason she had rescued Qianyu at that time was probably because she had such intentions. After all, Qianyu seemed to have no one to rely on, and her cultivation wasn't low. On top of that, she was still a virgin, so it was undoubtedly much more cost-effective than Joyous Union Pavilion cultivating such a woman from scratch. That's all for me. What about you? What's the situation on Tongxian realm? Is the bone race raging? Qianyu tidied up her appearance and asked nervously. Although she had already come to Star Territory, for her, Tongxian realm was still her home. Every time she thought about it, she couldn't help but worry about it. Yang Kai smiled lightly. You don't need to worry about the bone race, they have already been wiped out. When I left, Tongxian realm was thriving. During the demon race, the relationship between the monster race and the human race has also become much more harmonious because of the common enemy. The bone race has been wiped out. Qianyu looked surprised and asked, how did they do it? Yang Kai then briefly explained how Tongxian realm's 3 clans had joined forces to fight against the bone race, causing Qianyu to be fascinated and smile constantly. Under her questioning, Yang Kai also told her some of the things that had happened after he entered Star Territory. Compared with Qianyu's experience, Yang Kai's journey was undoubtedly much more exciting and dangerous. As soon as he entered Star Territory, he was captured and placed in the starship's power room to have his Saint Chi extracted to supplement the starship's energy, almost dying in the process. After an accident in the chaotic abyss, his starship was destroyed, and he was stranded on the floating continent, where he was restrained by Guizhou. After finally escaping from the floating continent and heading to Watermoon Star, he inexplicably became enemies with Xueyu's 3rd young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. On his way to Rainfall Star, he almost died. After unlocking the soul chains and escaping from Rainfall Star, Yang Kai fell into a deep sleep for several years before being protected by the blood-red crystal and drifting all the way to Shadowed Star, where he encountered Wu Yi and the others from the Haiku family and was rescued. Yang Kai didn't stop until the recent opening of Lu Yan's sand field. Of course, Yang Kai subconsciously ignored the erotic battle with Xueyu's 3rd young master on the Dead Star. And in his narration, Xueyu was just a man. After listening to Yang Kai's story, Qianyu couldn't help feeling a mixture of envy and admiration. She was envious of Yang Kai's freedom and unfettered freedom, but she also admired him for braving so many dangers along the way. Yang Kai's original intention in entering the star field was to find Su Yan, which gave Qianyu a good impression of Yang Kai. She felt that Su Yan had not entrusted her life to the wrong person. Moreover, from his concern for Su Yan just now, it was clear that even after so many years, Su Yan's weight in his heart hadn't diminished in the slightest. After a moment of silence, Qianyu suddenly smiled mysteriously as she turned to Yang Kai and said, "Looking at you, it seems you're living quite comfortably, even having the time and energy to come to such a place." Yang Kai gawked for a moment before immediately understanding that Qianyu was speaking up for Su Yan, quickly waving his hand. "Elder Qianyu misunderstands. I actually came here for a reason." "Naturally there is a reason. Every man who comes here will say the same thing. But considering your performance just now, I will give you a chance to explain yourself on behalf of Su Yan. If you really have something important to do here, then that's fine. But if you don't, don't blame this elder for speaking ill of you the next time she sees Su Yan." Qianyu looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on, but he quickly calmed down and explained why Chun Fanlei had invited him here, while also mentioning his suspicions about Wang Yuhan. Chapter 13-15. Qianyu was able to become an elder of Ice Sect and cultivate to the second-order Saint Realm on Tongxian Realm, so she was naturally an intelligent person. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, how could she not understand the twists and turns of the story? After pondering for a while, she said, "If that's the case, you really have a reason for coming here. However, that Wang Yuhan is really quite scheming. The plan he devised is actually quite intricate and watertight. This person can't be underestimated." Yang Kai smiled faintly and said slowly, If he just wants to smear my name and make Qin Shirtao look down on me, that's fine. But if he has other malicious intentions, haha. Although he had guessed some of Wang Yuhan's intentions, Yang Kai had no intention of leaving. Originally, he had stayed here with the intention of deliberately finding trouble to force Wang Yuhan to reveal his true intentions. But he hadn't expected to see Qianyu here. So naturally, he had taken advantage of the situation and come to this ice and snow pavilion. You're still so unruly, Qianyu muttered in shock. Qianyu stared at this scene in a daze. Wasn't the situation in front of him similar to when he had single-handedly broken into Ice Sect and caused havoc? Whether it was at that time or now, Yang Kai's strength wasn't at the peak, but he dared to do things that ordinary people didn't dare. After thinking about it for a while, Qianyu said, "But since you dare act like this, you must have something to rely on. I won't try to persuade you, but you must be careful. I don't want to have to collect the corpse of an old acquaintance here." "Don't worry, if I can't beat him I'll run," Yang Kai grinned. "But first you have to tell me, what is the background of this joyous union pavilion?" "Background?" Qianyu frowned. "I don't know much about the specifics. After all, since I came here, I haven't had much contact with outsiders. But from the conversations of some of the maidservants, I know that there are 3 origin returning realm masters guarding this place all year round. On top of that, this joyous union pavilion seems to be a secret property of a sect called Imperial City Sect with the support of this place's city lord." Imperial City Sect? Kai Yang stared blankly for a moment. He felt as if he had come into contact with this sect's disciple before. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember. Since he couldn't remember, it shouldn't be anything important, so Yang Kai didn't take it to heart. Rubbing his chin, he muttered, "With 3 origin returning realm masters guarding this place, the security is quite tight." Seeing the strange light in his eyes, Qianyu's beautiful face paled as she shouted, "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled. "It's not what you think. I have no enmity with this place. Naturally, I won't do anything bad here. I just want to take you away." "Take me away?" Qianyu's face lit up with joy, but it quickly dimmed as he smiled bitterly. "You want to take me away? Easier said than done." "What's the problem?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Of course there are difficulties. They are not big, but they are not small either. Since you were able to come to Ice and Snow Pavilion, you must have paid a lot of Saint Crystals, right? I don't know where you got those Saint Crystals from, but if just one night of pleasure costs so much, the price you would have to pay to take me away would likely be at least 10 times that. Do you even have that many Saint Crystals?" Obviously, in her opinion, it was impossible for Yang Kai to pay such a high price. Just one night of pleasure here would cost an astronomical number of Saint Crystals, in Qianyu's opinion. However, Yang Kai smiled happily and said confidently, "You don't need to worry about that. I can still take out a few trivial Saint Crystals." A few trivial. Qianyu couldn't help covering her red lips as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, as if she was trying to get to know him all over again. She couldn't figure out how Yang Kai could have such a huge net worth. "I just don't know if Joyous Union Pavilion will release you. It stands to reason that a woman like you, who has lost her primordial Yin after receiving an honored guest, shouldn't be treated seriously by Joyous Union Pavilion," Yang Kai said before suddenly showing a trace of embarrassment. This Yang's words were a bit rude. "Please don't take offense, Elder Qianyu." Qianyu's pretty face blushed slightly, giving her a somewhat delicate and charming look, but she quickly recovered and slowly said, "It's nothing. What you said is true. But do you think those people from Joyous Union Pavilion won't be able to tell whether I have lost my primordial Yin or not? If you want to redeem me while I'm still a virgin, I'm afraid it won't be easy." Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. "That's true. I'm afraid Joyous Union Pavilion will raise the price. But it doesn't matter. There is no deal in this world that cannot be negotiated. It just depends on whether the appropriate price can be paid. You and I both came from Tongxian realm. Being able to meet here is heaven's will. In any case, I won't allow you to remain here." Hearing this, Qianyu showed a trace of gratitude on her face and didn't say anything more. but she was also faintly looking forward to it in her heart. If she could leave this place, how could she have stayed here until now? But today, Yang Kai's arrival had finally given her a glimmer of hope. If she missed out on this opportunity today, she may have to spend the rest of her life here, reduced to a prostitute. Immediately, Yang Kai asked about some more details about Joyous Union Pavilion. Qianyu naturally told him everything she knew, but there were many things she didn't understand, so she couldn't provide Yang Kai with any help. After an hour, Qianyu summoned the maidservant of Joyous Union Pavilion and gave her some instructions. The maidservant glanced over at Yang Kai with some surprise, before leaving with a complicated look on her face. After waiting for about the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, the young woman who had dealt with Yang Kai before appeared in the loft, and looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Apparently, she had heard some information from the maidservant. Qianyu personally served tea, and then stood beside Yang Kai, her expression faintly nervous. The young woman took a few sips of tea before calmly opening her red lips and exhaling. "I heard that young lord intends to redeem Lady Yu, and return her freedom?" Yang Kai nodded calmly and got straight to the point. "I am very satisfied with this Lady Yu, so I want to take her away from here. I wonder if your Joyous Union is willing to let her go." The young woman giggled when she heard this and glanced over at Qianyu, a trace of surprise flashing across her eyes before she said, "If this mistress is not mistaken, Yuer's primordial Yin seems to have not been picked. Since young lord has not done such a thing, why do you insist on taking Yuer away?" Yang Kai frowned. "Naturally, I have my own reasons. Does your Joyous Union need to inquire about this?" "Young lord, please forgive us. It's just that our Joyous Union Pavilion has very few precedents of girls being redeemed, so this mistress has to be cautious." A trace of embarrassment appeared on Yang Kai's face as he pondered for a while before saying, "In that case, I really should give your Joyous Union an explanation. Yes, Lady Yuer and I are indeed innocent. What I want is the ice attribute secret art she cultivates. It will be useful for my future cultivation." Ice attribute secret art? If that's the case, this mistress is puzzled. There are countless cultivator who cultivates this secret art. So why does young lord only want Lady Yuer? Saying so, the young woman's beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of his heart. Yang Kai chuckled. "There are indeed many cultivator who cultivates this secret art, but there aren't many who can hit it off with me. If I were to say that Lady Yuer and I fell in love at first sight, would you believe me?" The young woman couldn't help giggling. Qianyu, who was standing next to Yang Kai, also blushed slightly, giving her a bashful appearance. "It seems that Lady Yu doesn't believe me, but this is the truth. This one has nothing to hide." Yang Kai didn't try to justify himself. In any case, he firmly believed this was the reason. The young woman frowned and suddenly got up, walked over to Qianyu's side, intimately holding her arm, and smiled at Yang Kai. "Young lord, please don't blame this mistress. It's not that this mistress is being careful. It's just that Yuer is a disciple that our Joyous Union Pavilion has cultivated since she was a child. The price we have paid is not small. On top of that, this mistress and you are like sisters, so I really don't want her to leave. I want her to stay with me for a while. Cultivated since childhood, like sisters." Yang Kai gave a faint smile, but the smile on the young woman's face didn't diminish in the slightest as she calmly stared at Yang Kai. If Yang Kai hadn't known Qianyu for a long time and knew her origins, he likely would have been deceived by her. This woman's ability to speak such blatant lies was quite good. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression became serious as he waved his hand and said, "Lady Yu, please state your price. Since you haven't flatly refused, there is still room for negotiation. Give me a number, and I'll see if I can afford it. Let's talk about it, it's just a transaction." The young woman curled her lips slightly before turning around and returning to her seat, faintly saying, "Since young lord is so straightforward, this mistress won't beat around the bush. Indeed, our Joyous Union Pavilion's young lady has been redeemed before, but no Saint King Realm young lady has ever been redeemed. Young lord wants to set a precedent. If you really want to do this, The price you will have to pay will not be small. Tell me about it. Yang Kai looked at her faintly. The young woman's brow furrowed slightly as she glanced over at Qian Yu and said, "If Lady Yuer had already lost her primordial yin, that would naturally be a different matter. But now that she is still a virgin, the price will be much higher." "Lady Yu isn't mistaken, right?" Yang Kai suddenly sneered. "I've already paid the Saint Crystals tonight, so it stands to reason that Lady Yuer's primordial yin already belongs to me, yet you still want to use it to bargain." "Indeed," the young woman smiled tenderly. "But young lord didn't take Yuer's primordial yin, right? That's naturally a different matter. But if young lord wishes to go back on his word, this mistress won't stop you. How about we discuss this matter again, after you've completed your dual cultivation?" She seemed to be certain that Yang Kai wouldn't do such a thing, so when she spoke of this, she had a confident expression on her face. Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold while Qian Yu's expression didn't look any better. No matter who it was, being bargained like this in front of their eyes, especially when it was related to their purity, their expression would become very ugly. Chapter 13:16. Listening to the meaning of this young woman's words, if they took Qian Yu's primordial yin now, the price for her redemption would undoubtedly be much lower. This was what Yang Kai and Qian Yu had been worried about before. But how could Yang Kai do such a thing? He could only pinch his nose and accept this loss. Yang Kai's heart was filled with depression. With a cold expression he said, "This one cannot accept young lady's proposal. You have a point." Seeing him compromise, the young woman immediately smiled happily and continued, "Not to mention the resources consumed to cultivate Yuer. The dual cultivation method that young Lady Yuer cultivates is a secret of our Joyous Union Pavilion. Since young lord intends to redeem her, have you thought about how to deal with Yuer's secret cultivation method? Could it be that young lord intends to buy this dual cultivation method as well?" Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly, as he suddenly realized that he had overlooked this issue. However, his mind quickly changed and he immediately refuted. "Young lady must be joking. Your pavilion's dual cultivation method is indeed amazing, but as far as I know, I'm afraid it has many hidden dangers, right?" The young woman heard this and shot a cold glance at Qian Yu, seemingly thinking that Qian Yu had revealed something. Yang Kai lightly said, "Rest assured, young lady Yuer didn't tell me anything about this dual cultivation method. But I know that there is no such convenient secret cultivation method in this world. Your pavilion's dual cultivation method is indeed unique, but there must also be some hidden dangers." The young woman's complexion changed a few times, but she didn't try to deny it, and instead nodded. "I didn't expect young lord to be such a well-informed person. Yes, our Joyous Union Pavilion's dual cultivation method does have some hidden dangers, but this is not a secret. Many people know about it. Even the guests who come here are aware of it." Oh, this time it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. "Is it convenient for young lady to tell me?" "It doesn't matter if I tell you. In any case, you can ask around outside and find out. The hidden danger is that if you use this dual cultivation method to break through your bottleneck, you may not be able to improve your cultivation in the future, and will stop here." "I see." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Since you know that there are hidden dangers, why did you come here to break through the bottleneck?" "Because those customers feel that they have no hope of making another breakthrough in their lives. They naturally don't care about any hidden dangers. If they come here, they might be able to advance to the next level and fulfill their wishes. If it were young lord who had been stuck at a bottleneck for hundreds of years and was unable to make any progress, what would you do if you knew that our Joyous Union Pavilion had an opportunity to help you break through?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said seriously, "I'm afraid he can't resist the temptation." "That's right. Even if this dual cultivation technique has hidden dangers, it is still a rare and good cultivation technique. Young master wants to redeem Yuer, and Yuer has cultivated this dual cultivation technique. Who knows if young master has any ideas about this cultivation technique? You know that very well. Why do you have to threaten me with this?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. "I'm not stupid enough to ruin my bright future by relying on a dual cultivation. The young woman chuckled. I'm not threatening you, but I have a duty to remind you of this. However, if young lord insists on taking Yuer away, there is still room for negotiation. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai raised his brow. If Yuer cultivates this dual cultivation technique to the deepest level, even if young lord pays a high price, this mistress will not dare to let her go. Fortunately, Yuer has not cultivated this technique for a long time, and has not touched the later levels, so there is room for negotiation. This mistress has 2 proposals, but I don't know which one young lord will choose. Saying so, she turned to Yang Kai and waited for Yang Kai to signal her to continue before casually saying, the first proposal is very simple. You just need to abolish Yuer's dual cultivation technique. As soon as these words came out, Qian Yu's face paled and her tender body began to tremble. Yang Kai also couldn't help frowning. Although Qian Yu had been forced to cultivate this dual cultivation technique, after coming to Joyous Union Pavilion, she had already cultivated it. If he really abolished it, it would inevitably affect her foundation. If she was lucky, she would only lose some of her yuan qi, and would have a chance to recover after some rest. If she was unlucky, no one could say what the consequences would be. So Yang Kai immediately shook his head. This method won't work. Tell me the second one. The young woman seemed to have expected this and smiled before continuing. The second is to make young lord pay a higher price. It's the same as having me by the first few levels of Yuer's dual cultivation technique, right? Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. You can say that. This mistress is an easy person to talk to, so young lord won't find this difficult, right? This proposal is reasonable, there is nothing difficult about it. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The young woman's face lit up. Young lord is really straightforward, but the price young lord will have to pay will not be small. Then what kind of price does this Joyous Union Pavilion want? Yang Kai looked at her lightly. The young woman frowned slightly, and thought about it carefully for a moment before reporting a number. Qian Yu, who was standing behind Yang Kai, trembled as a trace of despair flashed across her beautiful eyes. This number was simply beyond her imagination. With her little understanding of Shadowed Star, she knew that such a sum of Saint crystals was enough to buy an excellent origin-grade artifact. Even if she spent her entire life accumulating such wealth, she might not be able to afford it. Yang Kai also seemed to show an awkward expression, no longer displaying his previous cheerfulness, as he rubbed his chin and fell silent. Seeing this, the young woman smiled faintly and said, Young lord shouldn't try to lower the price. Since this mistress has quoted such a price, it must be in line with the rules of our Joyous Union Pavilion, so this mistress cannot change it at will. If young lord cannot afford this price, please return to where you came from. Her last sentence was not polite at all, as if she had already determined that Yang Kai was powerless, and did not intend to waste any more time with him. Yang Kai sighed slightly and said, Such a huge amount of Saint crystals really makes me feel a bit embarrassed. The young woman sneered but did not answer. Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject and asked, Does your Joyous Union accept collateral? Collateral? The young woman raised her brow. And artifacts, pills or materials? Yang Kai replied, However, these things are very important to this Yang, so I can only use them as collateral. After I go back, I will collect enough Saint crystals to redeem them. After all, no one will carry such a large amount of Saint crystals around with them. What you say has some truth, but it also depends on what you want to use as collateral. If young lord casually leaves a few things here, and then disappears, wouldn't my Joyous Union Pavilion suffer a great loss? On this point, young lady can rest assured. Since I want to use them as collateral, I will definitely use some of my most important things as collateral. It's impossible for me not to ask for them back. Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand and in the next moment, 2 jade bottles, 2 artifacts, and a space ring appeared on the table. Pushing these things towards the young woman, Yang Kai said lightly, Young lady, please check if these are enough. The young woman glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously, but did not act polite, directly picking up the space ring and releasing her divine sense to inspect it. After discovering that there were some Saint crystals inside, She put it back down without a trace. Although there were many Saint crystals here, they were far from enough to cover the price she had just quoted. Picking up one of the jade bottles again, she opened it and sniffed, her beautiful face changing slightly as she poured out a pill from the bottle without hesitation and placed it on the palm of her hand to examine it carefully. A moment later, she showed a hint of surprise. An origin grade low-rank fire cloud pill, and its quality is so good. Which alchemy grandmaster refined it? Yang Kai did not comment, nor did he have any intention of answering her question. However, the young woman's expression was undoubtedly much more dignified than before, because anyone who could obtain such a bottle of origin-grade low-rank pills must have some kind of relationship with one of those alchemy grandmasters. Their identity was either rich or noble, so she no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. After all, the Imperial City sect behind Joyous Union Pavilion was just a medium-sized sect with no such alchemy grandmaster. After checking the other bottle of pills, she found that they were also origin-grade low-rank pills, further confirming the guess in the young woman's heart. These 2 bottles of pills alone were extremely valuable, and were not things that could be bought with Saint crystals. The 2 artifacts weren't particularly valuable, both being Saint King grade high-rank artifacts, but they were still worth a few Saint crystals. These 2 bottles of pills were obtained with great difficulty, and will be of great use to my future cultivation. So it is impossible for me to give up these 2 bottles of pills. You shouldn't have any doubts now, right? Yang Kai looked at the young woman with a smile. The young woman nodded slowly, the doubts in her heart disappearing. To be honest, even an ordinary origin returning realm master might not be able to obtain these 2 bottles of pills, so for a second-order Saint King to obtain them, he obviously had extraordinary connections and means. What she didn't know was that these 2 bottles of pills were refined by Yang Kai himself. Seeing her contemplating, Yang Kai didn't intend to disturb her, instead quietly casting a reassuring glance to Qianyu. He could also see that this young woman had obviously been moved by his offer, and wouldn't make any excessive demands. Once this transaction was concluded, he would immediately take Qianyu away from Black Crow City, and never return. As for the pills and artifacts he had to hand over, how could Yang Kai care about them? The reason why he didn't use Saint crystals to complete the transaction was because Yang Kai was being cautious. It wasn't that he didn't have any, but if he took out so many Saint crystals at once, it might arouse the greed of others. Seeing this, Qianyu couldn't help smiling. After a long time, the young woman seemed to have made a decision and raised her head to smile at Yang Kai. But just as she was about to say something, her expression changed, and she quickly took out a communication artifact and apologetically said, "My apologies, young lord, please wait a moment." Yang Kai smiled and nodded, indicating that there was no harm. The young woman poured her divine sense into the communication artifact in front of Yang Kai, seemingly communicating with someone, her expression constantly changing as she did so. After a while, she put away the communication artifact with a confused look on her face, and turned an embarrassed look towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart clenched as he suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 13:17. Sure enough, the young woman smiled apologetically and said, "Young lord, I'm afraid this deal is not possible." "Not possible?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a look of annoyance appeared on his face. "Is the price I offered not enough?" "That's not the case." The young woman shook her head helplessly. "It's just that this mistress has just received a message from above stating that no one can redeem you. As for the specific reason, it is inconvenient for me to tell you." When Qianyu heard this, her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly as her face paled. She had just seen the hope of freedom, but now it had been ruthlessly extinguished. The blow she received was unimaginable. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely ugly, as he stared coldly at the young woman opposite him. Seeing the embarrassment and apologetic smile on the other party's face, he immediately understood that this matter was not something she could decide. So even if he became angry with her, it would be useless. Taking a deep breath, he asked thoughtfully, "The message you received, Did it say that no one can redeem Lady Yuer? Or did it say that no one can redeem her? Is there a difference? The young woman was stunned. Just answer me, Yang Kai snorted. Seemingly feeling a little ashamed for suddenly going back on her word, the young woman hesitated for a moment before replying. Only Yuer's name was mentioned. As for the others, no one else was mentioned. I know, heh. Yang Kai sneered again, his eyes flashing as he said, Young lady, how about this? I still feel that there is no deal in this world that cannot be negotiated, only a price that cannot be paid. If you can promise me to take Yuer away, I will pay you an additional bottle of spirit pills. How about it? Saying so, Yang Kai took out an exquisite bottle, a pained expression appearing on his face as he solemnly handed it to the young woman. The young woman smiled helplessly. Young lord is making things difficult for this mistress. Since this matter has already been spoken, this matter is really not something this mistress can decide. Whether you can decide or not, take a look at the spirit pills in this bottle first. If you really can't agree, I hope you can contact the person who sent the message just now and ask him what kind of price he wants me to pay. The young woman's eyes flashed with surprise as she said in astonishment, It seems that Miss Yuer is very important to the young lord. Yuer is very lucky to be appreciated by such a person. When she looked at Qianyu again, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy. Yang Kai was so insistent on redeeming Qianyu. It was clear that he valued her very much in his heart. For a woman who had wandered about in the mortal world, this was undoubtedly the happiest thing. She was also a woman, so she naturally felt the same way. So she didn't immediately refuse Kai Yang's request. Instead, she symbolically opened the small bottle and lowered her head to take a look. Her originally indifferent expression changed when she saw the contents of the bottle. Her apricot eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. There was only one pill in the bottle. It was round and rolling, pure white and flawless. It exuded a very comfortable aura. Smelling it, the young woman even felt her mood become stable. She glanced at Yang Kai in amazement, and saw the other party looking at her with a faint smile. Not daring to act carelessly, she quickly poured out the pill, and placed it on the palm of her hand to examine it carefully. After a long time, she put the pill back down and took a deep breath before turning a strange look towards Yang Kai. Although this mistress doesn't know much about pills, she can barely recognize that this should be a severing demon's pill, yes? Young lady's eyesight is quite good. It is indeed a severing demon's pill. Yang Kai's face twitched as he nodded, seemingly somewhat distressed. This kind of thing is one of the best auxiliary pills for Saint Kings, to break through to the origin returning realm. Although it is not as rare as an origin condensing pill, its value is comparable. Young lord, are you sure you want to use this thing as collateral? Yang Kai shook his head. It's not collateral, it's a bargaining chip. Let me take you away, and this severing demon's pill will belong to your joyous union pavilion. A bargaining chip. The young woman was overjoyed when she heard this, and her expression flickered for a moment before she grit her teeth and said, Young lord, please wait a moment. I will help you contact my superiors and see if they are willing to release her. To be honest, if I could really make this decision, this transaction would have been completed long ago. But she smiled bitterly as she realized how rare and precious this severing demon's pill was. Not daring to neglect, she quickly took out her communication artifact again, poured her divine sense into it, and began communicating with an unknown person. While she was communicating, Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he quietly spread out a strand of his divine sense, instantly sweeping through Joyous Union Pavilion. Except for some places with particularly powerful spirit arrays that he did not dare to touch, as well as the places where the origin returning realm masters were guarding, Yang Kai had finished inspecting the entire Joyous Union Pavilion in just a short time. Not long after, Yang Kai obtained the information he wanted and thought to himself, sure enough, he sneered in his heart while calmly withdrawing his strand of divine sense. Looking at the other side of the hall, Yang Kai saw that the communication between the young woman and the unknown person had not yet ended. But the young woman was obviously arguing for something with an ugly expression on her face, seemingly unwilling to give up the severing demon's pill. This was not surprising though. The usefulness of the severing demon's pill was not great, but it was not small either. If the heart demons that appeared during a cultivator's breakthrough were not too strong, naturally there was no need for the severing demon's pill. But if the heart demons that appeared were too strong and interfered with the breakthrough, this kind of pill was necessary. This was very likely to be related to the success or failure of a cultivator's breakthrough. The severing demon's pill in Yang Kai's hand was something he had refined casually for Changqi and how to break through to the origin returning realm. But these two had the 10,000-year incense that Yang Kai had brought back from the Luyin desert, so they did not encounter any heart demons during their breakthroughs. The severing demon's pill had been saved and was now being used by Yang Kai to trade. He still had a lot of origin condensing pills, but he was not stupid enough to take them out. The value of the two pills was about the same, but the origin condensing pills were undoubtedly countless times more precious. While the young woman was communicating with the other party through her communication artifact, Yang Kai's expression was also uncertain. He had to take Qianyu away, so it would be best if she agreed to the trade, but if she did not, he could only use thunderous means to subdue this young woman and immediately take Qianyu away. Of course, if things really reached this point, he would no longer be able to remain in Black Crow City. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai was not willing to shed all pretense of cordiality with Joyous Union Pavilion. After all, a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. He was only a second-order Saint King right now. But there were 3 origin returning realm masters in Joyous Union Pavilion. This place also had the support of the local city lord, so it was not easy to provoke them. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai's expression became indifferent as he secretly sent a message to Qianyu, telling her to prepare herself before waiting quietly. After a while, the young woman put away her communication artifact in frustration and annoyance before looking at Yang Kai apologetically and slowly shaking her head. This mistress is really powerless. I don't know why my superiors insist on keeping Lady Qianyu here. Young lord, please return. Yang Kai slowly got up and nodded. Good, since that's the case, I won't embarrass you any further. You can stay here for a while. Saying so, he smiled slyly towards the young woman. The young woman's heart clenched, but before she could react, an extremely powerful pressure suddenly descended on her knowledge sea, causing her knowledge sea to tumble and her vision to blur. At the same time, she saw the young man in front of her flicker and rush in front of her, his big hand reaching out towards her. The young woman's face was filled with shock as she tried to resist, but was unable to circulate her Saint Qi at all. She was also a second-order Saint King cultivator, but when facing Yang Kai, an opponent of the same level, she was unable to fight back, so the shock in her heart could be imagined. The next moment, a scorching hot force rushed into her body from all directions. These forces seemed to be connected to each other, and formed a very ingenious seal inside her body that sealed her cultivation. The young woman's tender body went limp, and she did not even have the strength to move her fingers as she shouted, "Young lord, what is the meaning of this? Daring to behave so atrociously in Joyous Union Pavilion, you won't have a good end." Yang Kai grinned and flicked his finger, causing the young woman's mouth to suddenly close, no longer able to open her mouth. He then leisurely said, "I'll take her away, but I'll leave her behind. In this transaction, I don't think your pavilion will suffer a loss. On the contrary, you'll make a lot of money. As for the people above, after you regain your freedom, you should investigate them. Perhaps it was some petty thief who used a chicken feather as an arrow to stop you from making this transaction with me. And, after investigating this matter thoroughly, you'll know you won't be punished." The young woman stared at Kai Yang in bewilderment, not understanding the meaning behind his words. She wanted to ask, but she couldn't open her mouth, and could only watch as the figures of Yang Kai and Qianyu disappeared from her sight. Feeling extremely anxious, Qianyu forced herself to use one of her secret techniques to shatter one of her earrings. The moment the earring burst, Yang Kai immediately noticed, and his expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Let's go!" Saying so, he wrapped his arm around Qianyu's waist, intending to quickly take her away from this place. Want to leave? A tender voice suddenly came from the void, accompanied by a trace of coldness. Since you dare act presumptuously in Joyous Union Pavilion, you'll stay here for me. As soon as these words fell, an invisible force suddenly enveloped Yang Kai, causing the surrounding air and space to solidify and become extremely viscous. Yang Kai's body, which had just soared into the air, suddenly fell to the ground. Sure. Yang Kai's eyes shrank. This was not the first time he had seen this kind of power, so he immediately recognized it. After landing, Yang Kai immediately shielded Qianyu behind him and turned his gaze towards a certain place. Over there, a beautiful figure flashed and a middle-aged woman leisurely appeared. This beautiful woman wore a light blue palace dress that vividly accentuated her fiery figure. Her pretty face was filled with anger as she stared coldly at Yang Kai. After seeing this middle-aged woman, Qianyu's complexion changed greatly and she exclaimed, "Steward Lian." Hearing Qianyu shout, Yang Kai's face couldn't help sinking, feeling troubled. Chapter 13:18. When he was chatting with Qianyu just now, Yang Kai learned that the origin returning realm master, who had rescued her from Joyous Union Pavilion and taught her the dual cultivation method, was none other than Manager Lian in front of him. She was a powerful second-order origin returning realm master, and ranked first among the 3 origin returning realm managers in Joyous Union Pavilion. Below her were 2 managers from the first-order origin returning realm. If it were the other 2 managers from the first-order origin returning realm, Yang Kai was confident he could break through their blockade with Qianyu, but with this manager Lian, he wasn't so confident. After all, there was a great realm gap between the 2 of them. As long as they were entangled, the other 2 origin returning realm masters would definitely come. At that time, he would have to face 3 origin returning realm masters alone, while also having to take care of Qianyu. The consequences could be imagined. After the accident in the corpse cave last time, Yang Kai didn't dare to use his spatial tear escape rashly while carrying someone with him. As various thoughts crossed his mind, Manager Lian glanced at Qianyu coldly and snorted. Your courage isn't small, actually daring to join forces with outsiders to try to escape from here. It seems that the punishment you received before wasn't enough to teach you a lesson. Saying so, Yang Kai's divine sense flickered slightly and Qianyu, who was being protected by Yang Kai, suddenly let out a pitiful scream as her tender body fell to the ground, her face pale and sweaty. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy, but he didn't act rashly. He could tell that this manager Lian had only activated the seal on Qianyu's body and had no intention of harming her life. After a while, Qianyu's screams gradually weakened and manager Lian finally shifted her gaze from Qianyu to Yang Kai. A sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of her mouth as she said lightly, "I was wondering who had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall, daring to take one of my Joyous Union Pavilion's people and escape. But it turns out it's just a little Saint King realm brat. Who gave you such courage? Do you know what the consequences of doing so will be?" Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as he helped Qianyu up from the ground and swept her with his divine sense. After confirming that she hadn't suffered any serious injuries, his expression eased a little, and he turned his eyes to the middle-aged woman. Faintly he said, "Manager Lian, right? This one is not taking her away realm. I have already made a deal with your esteemed pavilion to redeem her." "What is the deal? Can't I take the woman I've taken a fancy to? Could it be that your pavilions? You even do some murdering and robbing on the side? How dare you?" The middle-aged woman's face turned cold. With a shout, she waved her hand and sent a beam of light towards Yang Kai. Seeing this attack use Yang Yu Yang Yen Yu was Yen. Of red union a black flame suddenly burst from his fist as Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi fiercely and punched out. Fist shadows that were visible to the naked eye shot out, containing scorching power. They immediately collided with Manager Lian's attack. Rumbling sounds rang out as light shot out in all directions. Countless fist shadows collapsed, but Manager Lian's attack also dissipated midway, as it was completely blocked. Yang Kai still stood in place without moving, but when Manager Lian saw this scene, a look of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes as she stared at Yang Kai. Although she hadn't used her full strength in that blow just now, she had at least used 30% of her strength. What's more, the other party was still wrapped in her sure, yet he was still able to easily resist her attack, which greatly surprised Manager Lien. Forget about a mere second-order Saint King. Even a peak Saint King realm master wouldn't be able to accomplish such a feat. She had thought that she would at least be able to punish Yang Kai for his presumptuous words. Seeing that her attack had failed, she didn't try again, instead staring at Yang Kai suspiciously as a thoughtful light flashed across her beautiful eyes. She could also tell that Yang Kai was not an ordinary cultivator, and was likely an elite among elites. Being able to possess such strength in the second-order Saint King realm, his background was definitely not low. So before she figured out Yang Kai's origins, it would be inconvenient for her to take action again, lest she provoke a powerful enemy for Joyous Union Pavilion. The commotion here had naturally alarmed the entire Joyous Union Pavilion. A moment later, the other two masters from the First Order Origin returning realm arrived, and after seeing the scene in front of them, they were both surprised and quickly gathered around Manager Lien to inquire about what had happened. On the other side, a figure quickly rushed over and landed directly beside Yang Kai, asking in amazement, "Brother Yang, what happened?" It was Chen Fanlei. However, looking at his robes and his appearance, it was obvious he hadn't done anything yet, and had rushed over as soon as he heard the commotion. Yang Kai glanced at him with a wry smile and whispered, "It's not convenient to explain right now. I'll tell you later." Chen Fanlei didn't ask any more questions, and instead quietly glanced towards the opposite side. At a glance, his heart filled with bitterness, never having expected that the first time he entered a brothel in his life, he would cause such a big commotion. The three Origin returning realm managers of Joyous Union Pavilion had gathered here, and were pointing at Yang Kai, but it was impossible to tell what they were talking about. In all directions, countless guards from Joyous Union Pavilion had surrounded this place, glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Chen Fanlei couldn't help feeling a bit of regret in his heart. He felt that he really shouldn't have come to this damned place today, provoking this kind of trouble for no reason. After a while, the three Origin returning realm masters seemed to have reached a conclusion, and Manager Lien turned to Yang Kai with a sullen face and shouted, "You just said you have redeemed your. Who did you make this transaction with?" Reporting to Manager Lien, it was this junior servant. A voice called out. It was the young woman who had been talking to Yang Kai before. The seal Yang Kai had placed on her wasn't very strong, and was only meant to stall for time. So after a short period of time, she had broken through the seal on her own, and regained her freedom. Arriving here, she happened to hear Manager Lien's question, so she didn't dare to neglect and immediately answered. "Xiao Qing, what happened? Did he attack you?" Manager Lien saw that something was wrong with the young woman, and asked with a cold expression, "This junior servant is fine, and this young lord has no malicious intent." The young woman actually put in a good word for Yang Kai, obviously really moved by the price Yang Kai had just offered. Even so, daring to attack someone in Joyous Union Pavilion is not taking us seriously. Manager Lien didn't say anything, but the other old man in blue robes coldly snorted as he stared at Yang Kai with an unfriendly gaze. Manager Wang is right. This matter will be noted down for the time being. But what about the deal this little brat just mentioned? Manager Lien asked the young woman. The young woman hesitated for a moment before whispering the various conditions she had discussed with Yang Kai, and the obstacles they had encountered. The three stewards of Joyous Union Pavilion all listened to her, each of them wearing different expressions. When Manager Lien heard that Yang Kai had actually paid such a high price to redeem Qianyu, she was naturally surprised. Although she was still a little annoyed by Yang Kai's previous actions, the coldness on her face had undoubtedly dissipated greatly. Manager Wang, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something and intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards a nearby loft, a look of disappointment flashing across his eyes. The last Origin returning realm steward, on the other hand, remained indifferent. After the young woman finished speaking, Manager Lien nodded lightly. And, according to the rules of the pavilion, since this little brat is willing to pay such a high price, there is no harm in agreeing. You also have the right to agree. Manager Wang, Manager Su, which one of you insisted on keeping you? What is the meaning of this? It's none of my business. I've been in retreat all this time. Manager Su, who looked indifferent, slowly shook his head. Manager Lian heard this and turned her eyes to the old man surnamed Wang. The old man surnamed Wang wore a helpless look and was about to speak when Yang Kai grinned and said, I'm afraid Manager Wang doesn't know about this matter, right? What do you mean? The beautiful middle-aged woman's expression turned cold. Come out. Yang Kai suddenly shouted coldly as a golden thread shot out from his hand and flew directly towards a nearby loft. The golden thread disappeared in a flash, as if it had broken through space and flew off to some unknown location. In the next moment, a scream of panic rang out from the loft as Saint Chi burst out from inside. But it quickly subsided. Yang Kai flicked his wrist, and the golden thread flew back to him again. At the other end of the golden thread was a male cultivator, who was frantically trying to break free. Boy, you dare! Manager Wang saw this and suddenly shouted, raising his hand to attack Yang Kai. If you dare move, I'll crush him right now. Yang Kai sneered as the golden thread in his hand suddenly released an extremely dangerous aura. Manager Wang's face changed, and he didn't dare to act rashly again. But his eyes were filled with fire as he glared at Yang Kai, wishing he could swallow him whole. Taking back the golden thread, Manager Wang brought back the man who had been tied up. Manager Lian finally showed a look of shock. With her second-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was naturally able to clearly see what had just happened. The cultivator hiding in the nearby loft was a third-order Saint King, but he had actually been captured by this second-order Saint King youth in less than a breath of time. This young man, just what is his background? How did he possess such powerful combat power? Moreover, the golden thread in his hand was quite strange, somewhat similar to an artifact, but it wasn't. The aura it gave off was also quite strange. Manager Lian's face became gloomy as she secretly felt that this young man was not to be trifled with. Perhaps he had a powerful background, one that Imperial City sect could not compare to. Brother Wang. After Yang Kai brought the man in front of him, Chen Fanlei couldn't help shouting as he stared at the other party in surprise. Brother Wang, why are you here? Didn't you say you had something to do outside? Wang Yuhan's face was extremely ugly, and he was in no mood to answer Chen Fanlei's question. Instead, he cast a pleading look towards Manager Wang not far away, his mouth squirming as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out, a look of unwillingness filling his face. Also surnamed Wang, the beautiful middle-aged woman's eyes flashed as she seemed to realize something, turning to the old man surnamed Wang with a faint smile and asking, Manager Wang, what is the relationship between you and this boy? Chapter 13:19. The old man surnamed Wang wore a bitter expression and replied honestly, I've let Manager Lian see a joke. This boy is one of this Wang's descendants, and is currently a disciple of Extreme Dao sect. On this trip to Black Crow City, he came here to visit this old master. Visit? The beautiful middle-aged woman nodded lightly. It's rare for him to show such filial piety. But, it's not as simple as visiting, is it? Why is Manager Wang's manager token in the hands of this little brat? As she spoke, she suddenly opened her hand, and an invisible suction force appeared, sucking in the token in Wang Yuhan's hand. It was the token Manager Wang had given to Wang Yuhan before. The old man surnamed Wang's face instantly became gloomy and resentful. He didn't know that Wang Yuhan would be so bold as to use his manager token to communicate with the young woman, named Xiao Qing on his behalf, and obstruct Joyous Union Pavilion's transaction. If he had known, how could he have so easily handed over his token to the other party? His original intention was simply to not intervene in the affairs of the younger generation, and to make things easier for his grandnephew. Now that such a thing had happened, and even alarmed the beautiful middle-aged woman, things would likely not end well. Faced with the questioning of the beautiful middle-aged woman, the old man surnamed Wang didn't know how to answer, and could only remain silent. Manager Lien was also a smart person, and after only a moment of thought, she was able to guess what had happened. Her expression becoming cold, she quietly sent a message to the old man surnamed Wang. I don't care what kind of grievances your descendant has with that little brat, but a trivial outsider daring to intervene in the affairs of Joyous Union Pavilion, and even obstructing the transaction, you should know the consequences. The old man surnamed Wang's heart clenched, and his expression became even more bitter. The beautiful middle-aged woman snorted and continued, but since things have already become like this, I can't blame you in front of outsiders. This time, the price that little brat offered was not low, so as long as he still wants to take you away, the transaction can still be completed. Manager Wang, this time you will be fined a year's salary. Do you have any objections? I wouldn't dare. I'll follow Manager Lian's decision. The old man surnamed Wang heard this, and his expression relaxed slightly. Also, your descendant should never set foot in Joyous Union Pavilion again. Otherwise don't blame this mistress for being impolite. The beautiful middle-aged woman warned again. The old man surnamed Wang naturally nodded in agreement. While the two were communicating with each other through divine sense, Yang Kai naturally saw it. Although he didn't know what they were talking about, judging from the current situation, it didn't seem to be a bad situation, and there was still room for maneuver. A moment later, the beautiful middle-aged woman finished dealing with old man Wang's matter, and raised her beautiful eyes to look at Yang Kai, the corners of her mouth curving into a smile as she said, "Little brat, although the price you offered was very tempting, and was more than enough to redeem you from this place, daring to forcibly take her away without our full consent, and even attacking Xiaoqing, you really don't take us seriously." Yang Kai's expression flashed for a moment before he grinned and cupped his fists. Junior's actions just now were truly reckless. I hope several seniors can be magnanimous and forgive him. Sister Xiaoqing, this one will also accompany you here for a moment. With his shrewdness, how could he not see that the previous obstruction was all Wang Yuhan's doing? The beautiful middle-aged woman, and the others were obviously very satisfied with the price Yang Kai had paid. The only problem now was that Yang Kai's actions just now had damaged the reputation of Joyous Union Pavilion. After all, the commotion here wasn't small at all. Many guests from the nearby lofts who had come here to seek pleasure were peeking around with curious expressions on their faces. If the beautiful middle-aged woman really let him go so easily, the dignity of the three managers would be swept to the ground. The other party only needed a way out of this embarrassing situation, so Yang Kai was naturally happy to cooperate. Seeing him act so tactfully, the beautiful middle-aged woman's smile blossomed even more. But she still turned to the woman named Xiaoqing and coldly said, "Xiaoqing, what do you think? This little brat attacked you just now. If you want to teach him a lesson, just say so. I won't let him off so easily." The young woman glanced at Yang Kai and whispered, "Although this young lord attacked this junior servant just now, he didn't hurt this junior servant at all. He only slightly restricted this junior servant's freedom. This junior servant wasn't injured. This matter is entirely up to Manager Lien to decide." "Good." The beautiful middle-aged woman nodded with satisfaction before hesitating for a moment before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "How about this? The previous transaction is still valid, but the content of the transaction needs to be modified." "Modified?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Yes, I don't want you to pay a bigger price, lest you say I'm bullying you. Since you want to take her away so badly, you must really like her. I can't break up a pair of lovebirds, so what harm is there in fulfilling your wish? However, the things you put up as collateral will be used as bargaining chips in this transaction. You don't need to redeem them, just treat them as your punishment. After this transaction, you and my Joyous Union Pavilion will no longer have anything to do with each other. Joyous Union Pavilion will not settle accounts with you in the future." The beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Obviously, the 2 bottles of origin-grade pills that Yang Kai had put up as collateral were quite tempting to her. Yang Kai showed an extremely awkward expression. "What? You still don't agree?" The beautiful woman's face became cold. If that's the case, then this transaction is invalid. Leave Yu'er behind, and I'll talk to you about your disrespect to my pavilion. Yang Kai's face twitched as he forced a smile and said, Senior must be joking. Junior is very satisfied with Senior's proposal and wouldn't dare disagree. Since that's the case, we'll do as Senior says, but before that, Junior has a request. Seeing Yang Kai really agree, a touch of joy flashed across the depths of the beautiful woman's eyes, but she still maintained a calm expression and said, Boy, don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch. This request is as simple as lifting a finger for Senior. Yang Kai didn't show any fear and responded calmly. Let's hear it for now. If it's too excessive, there's no need to ask. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. This one just wants to ask Senior to lift the seal on Lady Yu'er. If that's all you have, I can satisfy you. The beautiful woman nodded lightly. After all, the seal on Qianyu's body was planted by her. So how could it be lifted by her? Immediately beckoning to Qianyu, she called out, Yu'er, come over here. Qianyu glanced over at Yang Kai subconsciously, and seeing Yang Kai nod to her, she slowly walked over. Yang Kai stood in place calmly and waited quietly. In fact, a seal placed by a second-order origin returning realm cultivator was not necessarily impossible for him to lift, but it would definitely take some time and effort. Perhaps during this period of time, he would even have to come into physical contact with Qianyu, which made him quite worried. Now that he could ask the other party to help him, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it go. Judging from his performance just now, these people from Joyous Union Pavilion probably thought they had obtained a great bargain in this transaction. Lifting the seal didn't take much time, and after half a cup of tea's worth of time, Qianyu returned with a happy look on her face. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her inquisitively, she quickly nodded, indicating that the seal on her body had been completely lifted. All right, let's end this matter here. Boy, take Yu'er and get out of here. Treat her well in the future. If you dare make her do anything dangerous, I won't let you off. The middle-aged woman waved her hand and ordered him to leave. Yang Kai didn't know how much sincerity there was in the latter half of her sentence, but he guessed that she was just trying to win his heart. In any case, she didn't need to pay any price for her words. Taking Qianyu and Chen Fanlei with him, Yang Kai left. Wang Yuhan also wanted to leave, but under the watchful eyes of the middle-aged woman, he didn't dare to move and could only cast a pleading look towards his senior. Manager Wang was so angry that he couldn't even protect himself right now. So how could he have the leisure to pay attention to Wang Yuhan? After Yang Kai and the others left, the beautiful woman coldly snorted and said, Manager Wang, take your descendant and come with me. I need to explain this matter to you. In front of others, it was not convenient for her to embarrass this old man surnamed Wang. But how could she not hold him responsible? The old man surnamed Wang wore a bitter expression as he nodded, glaring fiercely at Wang Yuhan, before following the middle-aged woman. Inside Flying Spirit Hall, Yang Kai's group of 3 returned and entered Floating Flower Snow Moon Pavilion. Along the way, Chen Fanlei kept glancing over at Qianyu, a look of great confusion on his face. He really couldn't understand why Yang Kai had only gone out to have fun once, but had actually brought back a woman. Moreover, from the conversation he had with the people from Joyous Union Pavilion, it seemed that in order to bring back this woman, Yang Kai had paid a huge price. What's so special about this woman? Chen Fanlei was puzzled. Yang Kai didn't explain anything to him, and Qianyu simply followed Yang Kai's lead. While enjoying her freedom, she was secretly shocked by Yang Kai's growth and wealth. When she first met Yang Kai, his cultivation had been several minor realms lower than hers, but now, he had surpassed her. On top of that, he had even taken a blow from Manager Lien in Joyous Union Pavilion, and remained unscathed. Presumably, among Saint Kings he was one of the best. The price he had paid to redeem himself was something Qianyu didn't even dare imagine. He had left Tongxian realm later than she had and entered the Star Territory. So how was he able to grow so much in such a short time? How was he able to accumulate so much wealth? Qianyu was deeply shocked. As soon as the 3 of them entered Floating Flower Snow Moon Pavilion, they saw Chen Shitao, and Luing chatting with Yang Yin in the reception area on the first floor. However, from the anxious expression on Yang Yin's face, it was obvious she wasn't good at dealing with others. As soon as she saw Yang Kai return, her beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly got up. "You're back? Sister Chen and Sister Luing have been waiting for you here for more than an hour." "What business do two young ladies have with me?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "It's nothing. It's just that Fan Lei isn't in his room, so I came to look for him. It seems he really was with little brother Yang." "Oh, who is this girl?" Chen Shirtao suddenly looked at Qian Yu with a puzzled expression. "You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."